I can let's do yourself as one. Important, so come on, come on, come on.
Damn. Yeah, this magnet thing's pretty nice. Wait, I can actually finally... Actually, no, that still doesn't work. Oh well, for what it's worth, this is pretty good. Also, yikes, why is it so hot? It's summer? No, it's mid-spring. Attention! Attention!
And how operation working my little microphone parental line to allow a baby that a lot of education of the revolution. You make sense of it, but I don't make the tea and hold the pen up next to the baby's guts. But this I do the whole run. Things. The schools give out all good things, but that's just how it goes. On the special piece, I watch my limbs spread up from the cracks. For purity is that done. So there's a retribution. Knows that how the fuck secrets shouldn't get out. No, self-hate now in the state of mind. Really filthy lies. Though it watches, you don't see it. Though it makes sense, you don't hear it. Angel magic. Angel magic. And make for my ears some sweet futility. It's 35 to tell me that the back of the next body situation. Information. Just look at the world and then with us. Satellites watching you. Do you feel it? Angel magic. Not like you. Very fast. Angel magic. Next to you. So
Yikes. Holy shit, what are you? What if you explode? What the fuck? They turn invisible if they're too far away. Again with this song. What the actual hell's going on? Is that a fucking... No, it's not a stronghold. Jeez, why is this OSD so fucking scary sounding? What the fuck? I just wanted to see my fucking level. We're still not at ideal diamond levels. Whew. Don't know what that was, but I definitely don't want to get hit by it. Are those cave spiders? Holy shit, something's spawning them. This lodestone? What the? Hello, what are you? A kobold. Oh, they switch to melee when they're close. How strange. Wait ba? Oh boy, a deep dark. Yeah, perhaps strip mining will be better. This doesn't feel very productive. Honestly, I don't care. Skulk sensors. Hmm. Where would be a good place to set up a quarry? I will need torches, because it's best to light it up and and just prevent mobs from spawning. And then just brute force my way into finding diamonds.
Hello, everyone. I know you've all been asking for this for a long time, and I'm so happy today to be sitting down for a true meeting of the minds with a fellow intellectual, I would say one of the preeminent scholars of the topic we will be exploring today. Spice A. Red, it's so lovely to have you on the channel.
It is lovely to be here. Thank you so much for having me. I have only an inkling of an idea as to what I'm actually now in for, so I am looking forward to being surprised.
Well, I hope to surprise you. For those of you in the completely pedestrian audience of Yu-Gi-Oh! Enjoyers who may not be familiar with you or your content, what is it that you say you do online?
I would say that I am a
Hell yeah. This.
communist propagandist masquerading as a collectible card game content creator. That's probably as close to being what I am.
I get similar comments,
This is the
though I
shield.
am described as an anarchist collaborator.
Beautiful.
As long as we don't have a revolutionary Catalonia moment, I think this will go very well for the pair of us.
100%. I do not foresee CNT versus POUM kind of catastrophe unfolding over the course of this Discord call.
Well, I guess I should start with the question that's on everybody's minds, which is goblins?
Yes. Yes, I would have to say yes to that.
So, if you are all unfamiliar, I love goblins. The spicy bread, you would consider yourself a goblin enjoyer,
Huh.
I think is probably
I
fair
think
to
I
say.
found my gun.
Gobs trying to make Constant Goblin work as a portmanteau absolutely beefed it. Move on.
In Yu-Gi-Oh! We call individuals of our status gabongers for a reason that will become clear momentarily. It's not a slur. It's not a slur. We're reclaiming it. I promise. So, in Yu-Gi-Oh! There is a long tradition of goblinery, as there is in Magic the Gathering as well. Dozens of different types of goblins over the years through Magic's 30-plus year lifespan, going all the way back to Mog Fanatic, to Lorwyn, to even the modern era of goblins. They still print them.
They still print them, baby, and they ain't stopping anytime soon, I tell you that for nothing.
The day that Magic stops printing goblins is the day I quit Magic. 7 years ago.
They haven't printed a single new goblin since then, quite right.
That is true. What would you say, if I were to get kind of a perspective of the modern incarnations of Magic the Gathering's goblins, what would be like a good starting point? Like, what's the one book of goblinery?
I think the one book of goblinery is a massive dose of diversity of not necessarily behaviour. I think there's diversity within a sort of subset of the red philosophy of mana that goblins tend to inhabit, but certainly aesthetics. Magic's goblins are really interesting from my perspective in that no one world's goblins end up looking the same, and there are a whole host of different worlds. The Aki of Kamigawa look nothing like the mobs of Wrath, that look nothing like the goblins of Kailan. It is a really interesting and quite starkly varied sort of smorgasbord of goblins, of goblin aesthetics, which I find very interesting, but there's only stuff happening in the sort of like post-modern borders. You're talking sort of like post-original Ravnica, post-Zendikar, where goblins really started to be explored in really interesting and varied ways pretty consistently. So that would be my book of goblins. It would be diversity is, I would say diversity is their strength, more so diversity is a issue that you will have to face, knowing that you're going to be dogpiled by any number of different looking bastards.
It is exciting to know that, like, a goblin is this sort of internal, intrinsic characteristic that holds across planes and dimensions, but at the end of the day, they are kind of all bastards to a degree.
Yes, 100%. And as well, the ways in which their bastardry manifests is oftentimes very different, and I think that's very fascinating. No two planed goblins will approach a box of scraps or the potential of getting into a fight the same, which I think is, just delicious world building. You can tell a lot about a world by the quality of the goblin.
God, this conversation is just making me extremely irritable so early, because my next sentence is going to be, in Yu-Gi-Oh! We have one world, Yu-Gi-Oh!
And I assume
Imagine
a similar variety of goblins?
Well, imagine if we never left Dominaria, if we were trapped there forever. And the picture. Ursa never dies, baby, and his name is Yugi. 15 different Ursas per set, and they're all dark magician. Well, there is a little bit of a diversity in Yu-Gi-Oh! Goblins, but rather than be delineated by where they are from, they're delineated by a star line. In Yu-Gi-Oh! More powerful monsters have more stars, an idiosyncrasy of the cards that we largely just ignore, because it doesn't matter until they get to 5 and 6 stars and 7 and 8 stars, at which point they require special conditions to summon. So what they're used for often is, instead of just being this remnant of early card design when they needed to tell 7-year-olds that X monster was better than Y monster, they can be used to kind of sequester different archetypes from each other, right? And the first one of these I'd like you to take a look at is the prototypical goblin. This is the first one they ever printed, and boy, it's just stuff. This is Goblin Attack Force.
Those are men. Those are the Green Goblins.
These are just green men, right?
Okay, first off, one thing I've always loved about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the sort of like tactility of the foiling process. We have that a little bit in Magic, but not nearly to the same degree.
We are out of our mind in terms of rarities. So this rarity did not exist at the print of Goblin Attack Force. This is a print of it that exists in a modern incarnation. But yeah, this is truly shocking how many different shiny variations of this card there are.
That's fascinating. I'm getting sort of proto-fascistic vibes from the uniforms, the glowing red eyes.
I'm so glad you said that.
Oh, excellent. The Goblins fatter than Yu-Gi-Oh!
Well, maybe. So, the Goblin Attack Force is notable in early Yu-Gi-Oh! From a gameplay perspective because this attack stat, 2300, so far ahead of anything else you could get on a normal summonable monster. Comes with this downside that they can only attack once. But they are this, like, faceless army. The guys in the back are just, like, they look very sad. They've got, like, droopy eyes.
Very sort of like Killzone cover art. I don't know if you ever played that.
It's like they're supposed to just be a mob you mow down in a video game made during the Iraq War, right? So these are what I'll call the 4-star goblins. And they're delineated by the fact that they all have 4 stars. And each of them occupies a position in a military, which is a strange choice for goblins, right?
I mean, yes, most so. In terms of magic, goblins do not tend to take authority and order particularly well unless it's coming from other goblins, your goblin chieftains, your goblin kings, etc., etc. And even then, the order that they end up creating is very rarely consistent and good disciplined. With the exception of the Mog, who were a race of goblins specifically created by Volrath in order to eventually have cannon fodder army to throw at the webline crew and eventually to attack Dominaria with. And there are a few goblins in the Boros Legion in Ravnica who have given up their either individualistic, semi-criminal, Lutheran proletariat ways and become enveloped into a military structure. More often than not, they're either presented as lowly recruits, although as time has gone on, there's a nice narrative within. I think it goes Goblin recruit from original Ravnica into Goblin Legionnaire in Return to Ravnica to Goblin Warlord or War Chief or something like that. Get legions, you see maybe not that exact same goblin, but suddenly a goblin going from someone holding a spear to someone leading a battalion to someone leading from attack force, which I find very interesting. But yes, usually goblins not being on the whole discipline and order.
I will say that's crazy hearing Boros Legion analogs, because that's almost exactly what happens over the course of kind of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Goblin print. God, to even call it a storyline would probably be doing a disservice to the concept of telling stories. But after Goblin Attack Force, they released Goblin Elite Attack Force. Similar concept. Maybe doesn't die when it goes to defense. But these guys are actual knighted fighting forces.
Everybody loves diamonds in Minecraft, however, since the release of 1.18 they can be quite difficult to find. But no worries, because this is the ultimate Minecraft 1.18 diamond mining guide. Let's check it out. Also, not even 1 in 10 of my viewers are subscribed, so if you could subscribe to my channel, that would really be appreciated. Also, I've cleared out this massive area of all the stone and deep slate, so you can see where the diamonds spawn most. Now, all the way up here, that is Y15. That's actually the highest place where you can find diamonds. And then from there until it turns into deep slate, all the diamonds above there are rare, normal stone diamonds. Sort of like these ones right over here. That's what you might find before 1.18. And below that we have the deep slate diamonds, and basically the lower you get, the more diamonds you find. So if you're all the way down here at bedrock, there are technically the most diamonds, and the higher up you go, the less and less diamonds there are. And you can kind of notice that here even. You can kind of see a lot of diamonds down here, and they slowly get less the higher up you go. but there's a lot of other generational changes as well, and the exact layer maybe isn't quite so obvious as the deepest one. So for instance, in Minecraft 1.17 and before, the biggest cluster of diamonds you could find was an 8 vein. It was sort of like the best you can do. Of course, those
Yeah,
don't generate here. They
let's
didn't
go
use
do some
to
farming.
the snapshots, but they certainly do now in release 1.18 and above. But what's also interesting is you can actually get better than an 8 vein now, which is really crazy. If we fly around here, we can even find one, and they're absolutely insane. So something like this. This literally contains 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 diamond ore. Now that is an absolutely insane find. Of course, finding 17 diamond ore is just crazy. What's even crazier is just over here, what do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 diamond ore. And so overall, finding these massive clusters of diamonds isn't that rare. It's really cool because when you find those, of course, that's probably enough diamonds for almost half your armor or tools, which is really useful. Now, the problem with just mining at the very, very lowest layer you could, which would be all the way down here at negative 59, is the fact that a lot of the blocks you're uncovering are just bedrock. And now most people would mine at level negative 58. That's what I said in my ultimate mining guide, and that is true. That is a very good level to mine at. However, there is also a good case for mining at level negative 57, 56, 55, or even 54, because basically, with these large veins of diamonds here, what happens if you're mining at negative 58, you see a diamond here and you mine it, but instead of there being a diamond here, there's just some bedrock that generated over it. Well, then you're getting less diamonds overall. Now, although I wouldn't really recommend mining all the way up here at negative 54, what would be good is maybe mining about 2 blocks above negative 59, so up here, or maybe even 3 blocks above, as the variance in how many diamonds you get is very, very small. Something you could do as well is you could make a strip mine at this level here, which is negative 57, and you could do 1 2 blocks higher up here, which is negative 54, just like this, or you could do one at negative 53 so that you have all the blocks being exposed being new each time. But either way, the lower you go, the more diamonds you get. Now, of course, that affects how you cave and how you strip mine, and I'll go over both of those now. First of all, caving. Is there actually any technique to it? And surprisingly, yes, there is. Now, the problem is that diamonds, unfortunately, have this stupid thing where they basically have reduced air exposure in caves, so you will not find them as much in caves as you would, let's say, in that big open area that I opened up. In fact, you'll notice here there are very, very few, if any, diamonds that are exposed around here, and that's because of that reduced air exposure. And so going around caves looking for diamonds works, but it is a lot slower than you think it would be. However, what's really cool is that rule does not apply to water, which means that if you have a bit of underwater aquifer cave like this is probably your best bet for finding diamonds if you're doing it in a cave. In fact, right here we have some normal stone diamond ore right up here, and if we keep going around here, we'd probably find some more stone ore as well if this was a bigger cave. So that's a good trick to know, is that if you're trying to find diamond ore, or really any ore for that matter, that has the reduced air exposure rule, you're definitely going to want to do so in an aquifer like this, as the chance of finding diamonds on the edges here is a lot higher, because there's not that reduced air exposure rule. And of course, whether you're mining in an aquifer cave or a standard cave, a lush cave, or a dripstone cave, you're going to want to get to the lowest part of it you can so that you have the highest chance of diamonds, as of course the lower you are, more diamonds spawn. Also, something good to remember is that spawn proofing from mobs is a lot different in 1.18 and above, so things have to be at literally light level 0 instead of 7 for mobs to generate, which means that we can have torches very far apart and still have mobs be stopped from spawning. So for instance, when we're strip mining, we place 1 torch here, or actually on the wall here, we can literally go 24 blocks from that before we have to place another one, so a torch here, and then literally on the ground here it'd be 24 blocks, all the way over here, however long that is, and then we could put a torch here if this is block 24. And so basically lighting up strip mines and caves is more about your visibility than it is about the mobs, as unless you have a night vision potion, it's quite hard to see in the dripstone caves, or if you have your gamma modified like I have here. I card on the screen right now, by the way, if you want to know how to make your caves be super bright like this, which is very useful when finding ores in strip mines, caves, and aquifer caves. But either way, whether you have your brightness changed or not, when your spawn proofing from mobs, you do have to be a lot less careful with that, and so placing torches is more about visibility than anything, and of course 24 blocks apart is all you have to do in terms of a strip mine. Now once you've decided which level you want to mine at, which I would suggest being no lower than negative 57, and probably no higher than negative 50, and of course mine down to there, how do you actually effectively strip mine? Well, what I first do is I mine out a rectangular shape, and I'll show this off right here. The main idea of this is from your strip mine tunnel, you basically mine along here like this, and along here like this to make a large rectangle box just around there like that. And then what you have is you have a place where you can safely strip mine from here to here, while ending at your other tunnel just like this, without having to worry about mining way over here and getting out of the way from where you want to be. So what I'll generally do is I'll mine a tunnel that's 200 blocks long like this, with each tunnel this way being 100 blocks long. Now from that, there's two ways of doing it. You can either have a tunnel 2 blocks apart like they are right here, and that's basically the most complete way of doing this, so that you expose basically every single block in those layers. The other way of doing it though, which is a little bit quicker sometimes, is by having 5 blocks between each tunnel. And what's nice about this method is you might go through a very large area with 5 blocks between each tunnel, and then if you want to later on, you can mine at the 3rd block in between here and make it turn into this type of strip mine tunnel anyway. So what I'll often do is I'll make a thing that's 100 blocks by 200 blocks, I'll mine these tunnels 5 blocks apart, and then later on, if I have more time, I'll mine them in the middle to make them 2 blocks apart just like this. But either way, that's the effective way of strip mining, so you have a nice structure to be mining in, you don't end up mining way too far away, and then you also know how many blocks you mined approximately by how long each tunnel is, and of course I set all that up with coordinates. Now another way you can mine if you want is swim or crawl mining, and this is basically mining in a 1 block long tunnel. It's a little bit dangerous, but some people do prefer it. You basically place down water, a trapdoor, or a piston, but basically something to get into kind of swim or crawling mode. Then you basically block it up if it's water, or if it's a trapdoor, you can just keep it flipped down, and then you're crawling through the blocks here, and you can mine straight ahead of you, sort of like, or maybe like a tunneling worm or something like that, and this can work well. The only problems with this is the fact that although it's slightly more efficient, you do go incredibly slowly kind of crawling like this, and also it's a lot more dangerous if you do run into lava, as you can't really just run away, as you're quite slow, and there's no real way of going faster through these tunnels just like that. But this is another method if you'd like to as well, and I would suggest if you are doing crawl mining to set it up in tunnels in the same shape like this, just 1 block lower. However, I do personally recommend 2 block tall strip mining like this, although the other advantage of crawl mining is that you do not have mobs generating in here either, so as long as you're fine with mining in the dark in Minecraft, or if you have your brightness boosted, or if you have a night vision potion, you don't actually have to place torches down to spawn proof it. And if you don't like the idea of mining diamonds, you could get toolsmith, weaponsmith, and armor villagers. That will get you every single diamond item in the game that's not, of course, diamond blocks or diamonds themselves. So you can get enchanted diamond pickaxes, diamond shovels, diamond hoes. You can also get diamond axes, diamond swords, as well as every single piece of diamond armor. The only problem being that, of course, you can't get diamond blocks themselves, and leveling up a villager all the way does take a lot of work. But that is a good option long term if you want to get a whole bunch of diamond items without having to worry about mining all the time. However, in Minecraft 1.18 and above, there's also diamond fossils, so any single fossil that generates in the deep slate layer, certain blocks of the fossil, instead of being replaced with coal, will be replaced with, you guessed it, diamond ore, which is super amazing because you can get tons and tons of diamond ore easily. The only problem is that, of course, fossils are a little bit difficult to get. However, if you're someone who likes using a seed finder for their world, or is fine with that, what you can do is you can go to the seedfinderchunkbase.com, get the seed of your world by typing /seed into the chat and double clicking on that. Then go to chunkbase.com and navigate to the seed map, put in the seed of your world, and then with that seed, all you have to do is go over to a desert or a swamp, which is kind of an orangey yellow, or kind of a neon blue respectively, and zoom in, and you'll see all these little bones appear. You just click on it, and if the Y level is below Y0, then it is a diamond fossil. Then I can just type in the coordinates of my location, find a diamond fossil and mine over to this. But again, this is a method that a lot of people probably wouldn't like to use. There's no need to use this if you don't want to, but if you do want very quick and easy diamonds, as well as bone blocks, you can go to these, mine them up, and get yourself tons and tons of diamonds, as a lot of the fossils do generate as diamond fossils. So I typed in my coordinates here, I put a dot on the screen right here, and all I have to do is navigate to the nearest fossil, which are these coordinates. I've now navigated to those coordinates, and I'll just mine straight down. Of course, to make this safe, all you have to do is just mine 2 blocks at once, just like this. So you're basically always on one block or the other. You can just kind of mine like this all the way down, and of course bring some ladders with you, and I'll mine all the way down here to negative 54. So certainly it's not a completely easy method, but it definitely is something to get a lot of diamonds for sure. We'll
I
mine all
completely
the way
forgot
down
about the
here,
chorus
and once we
fruit.
get to our fossil all the way down at the bottom right here, we just hit a bone block. We are now at the diamond fossil, and so if we mine around here, we will occasionally find ourselves diamond ore around the fossil, which is really cool because they generally have a lot of it that generates around it. You can see one right here, and of course this fossil maybe has more or less, but overall you can find some diamond ore that way as well. Certainly not a completely overpowered way of getting diamond ore, but there is definitely some here. You'll probably find maybe 10 diamond ore per fossil, but it totally depends on which one it is. So that is a method as well if you want to get yourself tons of diamond ore and bone blocks, but don't have to worry about mining for hours and hours without finding any. However, although this is kind of a fun method to try here and there, I would certainly recommend doing strip mining usually or caving, as it definitely is a better long-term way of getting yourself lots of diamonds, as well as other ores and items as well. And that was the Ultimate Minecraft 1.18 Diamond Mining Guide. Hopefully you found this video useful. If you did, make sure to press the like button, subscribe to see more content like this, share this video so that more people can find it, and comment down below whatever you'd like. Also, feel free to join the official Minecraft MC Discord server, follow me on Twitter, and maybe even join the Reddit. I'll see you in the next video, and happy mining.
How do I plant these? Oh. Hopefully that'll do. What recipes demand ender stuffs? What? Something with level 5 nourishment. 5-minute nourishment. The pearl pasta. How do we make chorus juice?
In September of 2011, the biggest Minecraft update at the time would release, adding many of Minecraft's core mechanics that the game could not function without, completely revamping how the world generated, forming the foundation of PvP, adding creative mode, but at the same time being the most controversial Minecraft update the game had ever seen. Minecraft Beta 1.8 is widely considered to be one of Minecraft's most important updates, and without it, Minecraft as a whole would have never reached the heights it did. But today, 13 years later, some players refuse to play it or any other version after it. Why was Minecraft Beta 1.8 Minecraft's most important disaster? To understand this, we need to first understand what was added in Beta 1.8 that made it so controversial. Minecraft Beta 1.8 was the first update to
What's
add
going on? It's like I
sprinting
never
plus
left the
hunger
ocean.
system. Prior to this, you obviously couldn't sprint, and food healed health like so. This was a very big and controversial change, as while sprinting was great, the addition of a hunger bar, now forcing players to eat, was very divisive. You may be thinking, how could something so simple be so controversial? Well, if you put yourself in the shoes of a player from the time, it becomes much more clear. Prior to Beta 1.8, the only time you would ever need to eat food is when you took damage. Thus, players who became experienced and skilled enough that they would almost never take damage were rewarded for such proactive behavior by not having to eat and consume a resource. At a time where food was harder to obtain and was more limited as it was unstackable, evading all forms of damage was a rather challenging task to achieve. However, Beta 1.8 changed that. Now, no matter how skilled you were at evading damage and surviving, you would have to eat regardless. This was a core complaint from players at the time. Many disliked that you now had to eat no matter what, and there wasn't any way around it. Even if you didn't sprint at all, you would still have to eat. Basically, players wondered why they were being punished and being forced to eat food when they hadn't misplayed at all. Now you may be thinking, hunger had to be added to balance sprinting, right? You are correct, but the thing is, many players from the time also disliked sprinting as they claimed it made the game too easy, allowing you to pick and choose fights at whim and escape any dangerous situations with greater ease. Coupled with the now seemingly infinite amounts of food you would carry because it became stackable, and overall, many players believed that the addition of a hunger bar in sprinting lowered the game's difficulty, made surviving less skill-based and less challenging, but also simultaneously made the general gameplay experience more annoying and frustrating by forcing you to stop and eat regularly. There's one other factor to note that gives more context to players' frustrations surrounding hunger, and that's the fact that it was very overtuned, broken upon release, and for years after. It would only take you about a minute to go from full hunger to 3 hunger bars while sprint jumping in Beta 1.8, and for reference, in modern Minecraft it takes about 3 minutes. Players had to stop and eat so much more often, which only made them increasingly frustrated with this newer system. The other huge controversial change in Beta 1.8 was the world generation. Also named the Adventure Update, Beta 1.8 completely changed how the world looked, and this arguably is the most commonly cited reason for players' dislike of 1.8, and the sole reason many refuse to play it. Minecraft Beta after terrain generation was known to be unrealistic, but that was a good thing. It was unpredictable, with random mountains and large terrain overhangs appearing randomly, constantly keeping the world interesting and fun to explore. On the contrary, Beta 1.8 made terrain more realistic. Terrain was now much flatter and more consistent, and outside of extreme hills biomes, almost never generated anything tall or abnormal, as players loved to encounter in prior versions. Because of this, people rapidly became bored of the generic, flat, repetitive terrain that now played their worlds. It was simply uninteresting, a huge downgrade from what it was before. And this wasn't the only issue with the game's new terrain. The famous farlands were removed, there were no snow biomes anymore, and most importantly, the infamous infinite oceans became a thing. For those of you unaware, with the addition of Beta 1.8, players regularly began encountering oceans that were seemingly endless, just plain blue for hours on end, with nothing else in sight, only traversable by the, at the time, extremely sluggish and buggy boats. Viewing these oceans in map viewers demonstrated the new continental world generation, whereby large bodies of land were separated by even greater expanses of water, similar to how continents are separated by oceans in the real world. Players hated this. It was realistic, sure, but it was boring, bland, and uninteresting, just as the terrain was now too. These infinite oceans, mind you, wouldn't be fixed until 2 years later in Minecraft 1.7.2, the same update that finally revamped Minecraft's terrain generation. So with all these major controversial game changes, it's no surprise that not everybody was happy. Some players refusing to play Beta 1.8 or any version after it to this day. But what nobody realized until many years later was just how important Beta 1.8 would become in Minecraft's rise to the most popular game in the world. Beta 1.8 was extremely important for a few reasons, but mainly because it added many core features paramount to Minecraft and was the first update to lay the foundation for many of the game's future important mechanics. We obviously mentioned sprinting earlier and how it was controversial in conjunction with the hunger bar, but just consider how much more frustrating Minecraft would be today if you couldn't sprint at all. It would be almost unplayable. That's not even a question. Just try playing without sprinting on your own survival world or on an SMP for 20 minutes and you will see exactly what I mean. It's almost as frustrating as all of you have yet to subscribe. No pressure, of course. Furthermore, many of the staple blocks we built today were also added in Beta 1.8, including stone bricks and all its variants, as well as glass panes, and Endermen were also added, giving us the infinitely useful Ender Pearls. PvP was also properly fleshed out in this version, and we got the first form of PvP that would eventually take over and spawn a flourishing multiplayer scene that propelled Minecraft to the heights of popularity it would achieve months later. Bows were changed from their former broken but also fun machine gun-like state to the hold and charge bows we have today. Alongside sprinting, knockback became more dynamic, with entities now being pushed further back when attacked by a sprinting player. The ability to do critical attacks and block with the sword was also added too. Prior to this update, Minecraft PvP was a bare bones joke, albeit a very funny but unbalanced joke regardless. After this update, PvP was now skill-based, and significantly more enjoyable with proper mechanics. I doubt Minecraft would have ever become as popular as it did if the older PvP mechanics were never updated as they were in Beta 1.8. It's really understated how important these small but major changes to movement and combat were. And not long after Beta 1.8, the PvP and mini scene would explode in popularity. This version of the game laid much of the foundation for many of the most important modern Minecraft features to date.
God, I never knew mining downwards would be so fucking.
Mechanic added one update later. Villagers were added, although villagers wouldn't spawn yet. Strongholds were added, although they did not have any portals. Abandoned mine shops were added, making cave exploring significantly more interesting alongside ravines. But most importantly, we got creative mode. Now, there's an interesting story behind this. Despite starting off as a non-survival game, Minecraft very quickly shifted focus to survival mode, with Notch clearly making it the direction the game would head into for the foreseeable future. After Minecraft Classic ended in November 2009, with Notch being previously tested out survival in special survival test versions not long prior, any version of creative mode basically disappeared from the vanilla game. As Minecraft became more and more popular in early beta versions, with many players only ever playing survival, Notch had no plans to bring it back. In a tweet Notch made only a few months ago now, he actually mentions that he didn't even consider keeping creative mode in the game until he found out that players liked it and enjoyed it. Basically, if it weren't for players asking Notch to add creative, he never would have added it. Can you imagine a Minecraft without creative mode and being a survival-only game? How different of a game would it have been? Beta 1.8 introduced arguably the most important feature to ever grace Minecraft, the ability to play a creative sandbox mode version of the game, and this was reflected in survival mode too. Beta 1.8 ultimately represents the first step in Minecraft's departure from a purely survival, hide from enemies and build small bases to survive type game to a game where surviving was no longer the sole goal, but instead being creative and building to your heart's desire. While you were still limited in Minecraft survival, the addition of many changes in this update significantly shifted the game away from the rawer survival style it had prior, towards the first version where the challenge of the game was no longer to survive, but to do whatever you please. This is felt in every Minecraft version since as well. Rather than survival being your goal, you set your own goals. I've made entire videos talking about this and how while the game is easier in terms of surviving, it is significantly more complex with all the additional mechanics it now has, and it all started with Beta 1.8. I don't think Minecraft would have ever reached the heights it did if it remained the pure survival game it was in its earlier versions, and Beta 1.8 was the first step in making the game more accessible, giving it greater widespread appeal. Lots of people disliked this shift away from raw survival, and is why so many players even today do not play on any Minecraft version past Beta 1.7.3, the last version before Beta 1.8, or claim that there is something about Beta 1.7 and prior versions that is lost in modern Minecraft. And claims have some merit. The game certainly felt and looked very different after Beta 1.8 released, and is certainly a different experience than what it was before. But one thing I won't ever agree on with these old school players is their claims that older versions of the game were better. And
opinion that despite its issues and controversy, Beta 1.8 was the first update that formed the Minecraft we all play today, which without many of us wouldn't even be here. Beta 1.8 can almost be considered a different game from all its prior versions, and that is the reason it was so important. I hope you all enjoyed the video. Be sure to subscribe, and thank you all so much for watching.
The toughness difference is night and day, huh?
Is how everybody knows two things about War Thunder. Anyone who has ever spent time with military types knows two things about them. The first is that military types love to blow stuff up, and the second is that they love to argue about blowing stuff up. So the answer to the question, why do War Thunder players leak classified information, should be obvious then, right, Mooney? Military types love to argue, and their desire to be right overcomes their sense of duty, love for their country, and common sense. But it's not that simple, and you wouldn't be here watching this video if you thought it was. There have been 16 independent incidents involving military technical data removal on the War Thunder forums, starting as far back as July 14th, 2021, when classified documents of a currently in-service British tank were leaked and subsequently removed. The question, then, is why War Thunder? There are other vehicular combat sims, there are other games with tanks and guns. What makes War Thunder such a lightning rod for classified information leaks? The answer is more complicated than you might think. It's not just about War Thunder's realism, nor the unique way in which its devs balance the game. It's not just about try-hard military types wanting their country's plane or tank to be the best. There's a historical context that informs the present-day challenges that War Thunder's developer Guided faces, which then gives rise to two of the predominant complaints about War Thunder's balancing, which in turn leads to tryhards leaking classified information. And thus, to understand why War Thunder players leak classified information, we must first understand what that classified information is being leaked for, and to understand that, we must understand what information Guided is ostensibly missing and how that came to be. That's right, this is a history video. It's a fascinating one. Now, where in history are we going to start our discussion? Well, we'll find out in a moment. But first, this video is brought to you by... Can you guess? That's right, the fine folks at Guided have a sense of humor after all, because this video is brought to you by War Thunder. And if you haven't heard, if you somehow don't know, War Thunder is the most comprehensive vehicular combat game ever made, available to play for free on PC, consoles, and mobile devices. You can control over 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, and warships from 10 major nations, including everything from biplanes and armored cars from the 1920s to modern fighter jets and main battle tanks of the present. And best of all, you don't even have to hurt any real people. Not physically, at least. If you hurt their egos enough, though, they might end up leaking both tears and the state secrets. If they wouldn't care to leak state secrets if it wasn't for War Thunder's epic combat and realistic graphics, if it wasn't for War Thunder's revolutionary damage modeling and vehicular details. Join a community of over 70 million players. Whether you're an engineering nerd, a try-hard gamer, a history buff, or a serviceman with classified technical documentation, you're sure to have an explosive time in War Thunder. It's a game so good that some gamers are willing to risk jail time just to argue about it. And you can try War Thunder on PC, PlayStation, Xbox, or mobile devices today by going to the links in my description or pinned comment. New and returning players who haven't played in 6 months also receive a huge bonus pack across PC and consoles containing 100,000 Silver Lions, premium account time, the exclusive vehicle decorator Eagle of Valor, and much more, only available for a limited time. A special thanks to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. As we just saw in the sponsored segment, War Thunder features thousands of playable combat vehicles. With so many different vehicles to fight in, how is one supposed to balance a match? How does progression work? Well, War Thunder manages its progression and its balancing by separating combat vehicles by both country of origin and arbitrary tier. We'll get into why vehicles are tiered instead of matched chronologically later in the video, but for now let's look at War Thunder's 10 playable countries. There are 2 outliers in Sweden and Israel, 2 states known for their contemporary military industry. The rest of the countries are the major allies and Axis powers of World War II. Germany, Italy, and Japan for the Axis, and China, the United States, Great Britain, France, and the Soviet Union for the Allies. If you're a War Thunder player, let me ask you this. Of all of these playable countries, which one gets complained about the most? Which one gets called imbalanced the most often? There's a full term for it in the War Thunder community. Russian bias. Wooden planes coated in magical stellinium that are stronger than steel. Pub-stomping invincible death machine tanks with futuristic sloped armor and perfect build quality, while their Axis counterparts receive penalties for late war supply problems. Now, one could point the finger at Gaijin and say, it's because Gaijin has its origins in Russia. Of course, the Russians would overpower their own country's vehicles. But here's a fun fact. The Russian community of War Thunder generally believes that the American and German vehicles are imbalanced, that Gaijin, to cater to its far wealthier Western players, is making Western vehicles stronger to appeal to their sense of nationalism. And there's a certain sense of Niemciphilia, literally Germanophilia, that possesses the Russian player base, as per Gaijin CEO Anton Yudinsev. Make of that what you will. The act of balancing War Thunder's vehicles, though, is a balancing game in and of itself. An apparent Russian bias or American bias or German bias emerges because the documentary evidence we have about said vehicles is itself biased. And thus, in order to understand why War Thunder players leak classified information, we must understand the origins of Russian bias, and in so doing, review a little bit of context. If you enjoy Russian opera as I do, you might immediately have recognized the backing track of the segment as the Polynesian dances from Alexander Borodin's opera Prince Igor, arranged in the font of Majora's Mask, courtesy of YouTuber Classical Entertainment System. First performed in 1890, Prince Igor is a beautiful, mesmerizing work, and it tells an equally mesmerizing story. For you see, Borodin's inspiration for the libretto of Prince Igor, the literature if you will, was from an early Rus epic poem written in the late 12th century known as the Tale of Igor's Campaign. And the Tale of Igor's Campaign is, itself, a romanticization of the life of Igor the Brave, Prince of Novgorod-Seversk and Prince of Chernigov, describing in particular a failed attempt by the Rus Prince Igor to invade the lands of the Polovetzians to the south. In the east, the Polovetzians are known as the Kipchaks. In the west, we might better know the Polovetzians as the Cumans. And if you know anything about Cuman history, which I imagine is quite likely, recall that the Cumans, the Polovetzians, are a Turkic people who migrated from Central
I don't know anything about
in the 11th
such a country.
and went on to conduct raids against their neighbors throughout the 12th century, including the Hungarians, the Byzantines, and of course, the Kievan Rus, which is where the story of Prince Igor begins. For you see, the Kievan Rus, despite ostensibly being one people, were separated into many different individual princedoms, and in such a state of disunity, one's feats determine one's prestige, and one's prestige leverages one's power. A particular problem for the Rus of the time were the Polovetzians. The Polovetzians frequently raided Rus lands and took captives and resources. At the beginning of the tale of Prince Igor's campaign, Prince Igor sees an opportunity to build his prestige by attacking the then weakened Polovetzians. There was, of course, a genuine and practical need to protect his people from Polovetzian invasion, but his hubris blinded him to alternative options of resolution. His desire for power was the primary driver. To that end, Prince Igor chose to launch a military campaign against Polovetsi by himself. If he could defeat the Polovetzians once and for all, surely the other Rus princes would recognize his superiority over them. Maybe they'd even join him in his campaign under his leadership. And so, Prince Igor leads his smaller force into battle against the far more unified and organized Polovetzians. There's this whole metaphorical omen, with an eclipse warning him against the futility of his invasion, but ultimately Prince Igor's pride blinds him to the reality about to unfold. Help never arrives, and the other Rus princes do not recognize Igor's ambition. Igor invades Polovetsi, but is soundly defeated and subsequently captured. He eventually escapes his captors and returns home, having learned an important lesson about both individual pride and national unity. The conclusion of the story is meant to be a rallying symbol of hope for the then fractured Kievan Rus people, a call to unity that implies a criticism of Rus fragmentation against external threats, but also of ego-driven attempts to unify the Rus through demonstrations of strength. It's a tale literally as old as Russian history, and it is perhaps unfortunately a lesson that the Russian people both know very well and yet somehow continue to encounter. The tale of Prince Igor's campaign was meant as a warning for its readers at the time. If the Kievan Rus do not get over their infighting and find a way to bury their individual ambitions to meaningfully unify, they will be crushed by their enemies. An ostensibly weaker but more organized and unified enemy will prevail over an ostensibly stronger but disorganized and infighting Rus. Yet, an attempt to unify by hubris will end in disaster. The tale proved to be quite prophetic. Just a half century later, in and around early 1230 AD, the Mongols invaded the Polovetians. Some of the Polovetians joined the Mongols and others resisted. The resistance reached out to the Rus, who chose to help. But the disunity of the Rus princes once again reared its ugly head, the lessons of Prince Igor having not been properly learned. The Mongols, learning of the impending assistance of the Rus, sent emissaries to the princes offering peace. The Mongols had done nothing to the Rus and did not want conflict. But the Rus were not a unified state like the Mongols, and while some Rus princes were keen on peace, others believed quite arrogantly that they could defeat the Mongols on their own. Pride and ambition blinded them to their faults. And so, instead of accepting the peaceful overtures of the Mongols, some amongst the Rus responded by murdering the Mongolian ambassadors and pressing on with their military campaign, which, as you might imagine, outraged the Mongols. You can imagine what happened next.
After 9 long days, the combined Rus and human armies were completely annihilated.
In battle, the disorganization of the Rus once again proved to be their downfall. Princes clashed with princes over conflicting orders and argued over individual dreams of glory, even as the Mongols swept their numerically superior armies away. The Seals conquered their statements towards their perhaps for a cycle of Russian history that continues to this very day. Now look, this is all just a quick summary of events. This is the minimal necessary context. Mongol subjugation, for example, wasn't some blanket phenomenon. The Mongols took direct control over some Rus territories but allowed other Rus princes to keep some autonomy, and yet extracted tribute in other areas in view of annexation. These nuances, while fascinating, are outside of the scope of this video. The important takeaway is this: the Russian past informs the Russian present, and the Russian present thereby informs the realities of War Thunder, the expectations of its player base, and, as we will see, its balancing. Now, we are often taught in the West that history moves in a straight line from beginning to end. You are born, you live, you die. The country rises, the country stagnates, the country falls. But in the East, one is taught that history occurs in cycles. The empire long divided must unite. Long united must divide. Thus it has always been. There's a meme of sorts that often gets brought up when Russian history is casually discussed, and it goes something like this. One can sum up Russian history in just 5 words, and then it got worse. But this is patently untrue, and frankly a little dehumanizing. Russian history is best understood not as a diagonal line coming down from some lofty imaginary ancient height, but as a cycle with highs and lows. A Russian revolution, if you will. In the United States, we like to imagine the Russian as a monolith. There's the quintessential image of a Russian or Soviet citizen, right? Of the babushka, or the blonde-haired young man in the suit refusing a shot of vodka, or the grim-looking man or pretty young woman clad in thick winter clothes or in Adidas tracksuits, as the case may be. Of the so-called Ivans. But the truth of the matter is that Russia, and really the entire Slavic Eurasian sphere as a whole, is an extremely diverse place. It has been this way since the days of the Kievan Rus, which was composed of Slavs, Varangians, Finnic, and Urgic peoples, and eventually Turks. To this day, the state we know of as the Russian Federation is more decentralized than I think many Westerners might expect, though admittedly that has, in recent years, begun to shift. The population of present-day Russia is primarily Russian, but even that term is complicated and involves many moving parts. It's like a siphonophore, like a Portuguese man of war, where there are many little minorities that make up the Russian identity. That aside, there are the Tatars and Bashkirs, there are the Sunni Islamic Chechens in Chechnya, and the Siberian Yakuts, there are Buryats and Mordvins and Tuvans. I could go on and on. Russia is very large, very diverse, and it has always been this way. As such, one of the consistent threads of Russian history is the struggle to confederate, to unify. And just to be clear, I'm not trying to justify the execution of this desire to unify. We are merely trying to understand the motives. I bring all of this up because understanding the cycle of Russian history is necessary to understand why it is so difficult to balance War Thunder, which in turn is necessary to understand why players leak classified documents on the War Thunder forums. Now, in very short and extremely simplified form, there is a sort of Russian cycle of history that occurs in 3 stages. A pattern, if you will. For the sake of this video, we'll call these 3 stages centralization, crisis, and authoritarian rollback. These stages can thereby be separated into 6 phases. Mobilization, which leads to stabilization, which leads to stagnation, which leads to crisis, which sometimes gives rise to a brief 7th stage of liberalization, which collapses into authoritarian rollback, and then finally into state breakdown before returning to mobilization.
I just realized the cobblestone generator will let me have infinite of every mineral.
Those decisions from the civilizational goal of both centralization and defense against the external invader. Consider, for example, the unification and liberation of Russia under Ivan III, better known as Ivan the Great. It was Ivan the Great who annexed his neighboring principalities, including the wealthy Republic of Novgorod, to form the prototypical centralized Russian state. And it was this annexation and rising power that allowed Ivan the Great to end the tributary status of the Rus towards the Golden Horde. The state was further centralized under a new collection of laws known as the Sudebnik of 1497, which gave this new unified Russian state a centralized and universally applicable body of law. The state is mobilized and centralized, and Russia rises to become an emergent regional power in Europe. Ivan the Great's successor was his son, Vasily III, who continued his father's policies in stabilizing the state. To that end, Vasily annexed the last of the autonomous Rus provinces, continued to centralize the state and pull power away from the boyars, the nobles, and generally avoided large-scale conflicts. But just as Vasily III's reign brought stabilization, so too did it open the door to stagnation. Vasily's continuing centralization anchored the still powerful boyars who began to plot against him. He continued to leverage territorial expansion as a means of stabilizing the state through an influx of new resources and lands, while not paying attention to that most Europa Universalis of all problems, overextension. The state's administrative capabilities were reaching a limit, even as the government continued to centralize, and Vasily III did not introduce any significant reforms to curtail the stagnation that had crept into Russia, which in turn sets the stage for crisis. After a reign of only 30 years, Vasily III dies from an infected abscess in his right hip, and the crown passes to his son, Ivan IV, better known as Ivan the Terrible, at the age of merely 3.
Nice.
Ivan's mother, Elena Glinskaya, acted as a regent, a ruler in the place of the young boy, until she too died in 1538,
Alright, 53
a victim, potentially,
is the
of
correct level.
the regions.
That's all I was really looking for.
Fighting over power and resources where once they may not have, but for the continuing centralization.
Lava spawns at my feet at this level.
After all, for the devil's plaything. And yet, when Ivan the Terrible took the crown in 1547 at the age of 16, the first thing on his agenda was centralization, authoritarian.
Oh, nice.
rollback. Ivan the Terrible was crowned not
This
as
is a good omen.
as his father had been, but as Tsar of all Russia. A title given ostensibly for unity, but actually for ego. He pushed onwards thereafter, seizing Russian land from the boyars and putting it under direct ownership of the crown, a policy known as the Oprichnina, a policy which also introduced the first secret police force, the Oprichniki, in Russian history. Ivan continued to expand Russia's territory as well, defeating the Tatar Khanates of Kazan and Astrakhan. Yet when Ivan turned Russia's attention towards conquering Livonia, Russia was defeated by
My
a
block
coalition
reach
of
is
Poland,
increased. I
Lithuania,
don't know how
Sweden,
this will
and
affect
Denmark.
my
He thought it was
branch
invincible, but
mining,
he made the same mistake that Prince
or if
Igor
branch
did
mining
so many years ago,
is still the
when he
best
sought
way.
to conquer Olivetsi. In so doing, the Russian state was stretched to its administrative and economic limit.
I'll test a
Ivan the
different
Terrible
method in this
centralized the government
direction
so
for
much
fun.
that he had become the central pillar of the state. But no man lives forever, and when the central pillar toppled, so too did the entirety of the state. For you see, Ivan the Terrible had killed his firstborn son, the son he groomed to be heir in a fit of rage, and thus all that remained was Ivan's other son Theodore, who was called Sickly, and who had very little interest in politics. Thus there was a massive vacuum of power in the wake of Ivan the Terrible, larger than before, and the boyars, long deprived of power, rushed in to fight over the newfound resource. Theodore I dies in 1598 without an heir, leaving an even
Wow,
greater vacuum
Ivan the
end of
Terrible was
Russian
also
dynasty.
Ivan the
One of the
Stupid.
boyars, Boris Romanov, is elected Tsar, but discontented famine are ravaging Russia, and the
He was
people seek
literally
independence and
your
illegitimate.
typical anime
Crisis
villain.
manifests itself fully as the state collapses into the so-called Time of Troubles. The Smutnoye Vremya, which features peasant uprisings, foreign invasion, widespread famine, a war amongst pretenders, and more. The state completely collapses through the final phase of the final stage, state breakdown. And the anarchy of the Time of Troubles comes to an end only with the election and accession of Michael I in 1613.
Alright, honestly, this is
Tsar of the Romanov dynasty. He mobilized
good
a
enough.
shattered Russia, ended the Ingrian
Okay,
War
so
with Sweden,
it is.
ceding
I
territory
can't
in
do
exchange
it.
for recognition from Sweden of
I
its
don't think this is
rightful
very
role in
practical
Russia.
after all.
He mobilized the Russians instead
Wow,
towards
Deep
the
Slate
less
is
politically
really
contentious
hard,
conquest of Siberia, and
even with
here
all the
the
buffs
state
I
began
have.
to stabilize once more. Even if you have no knowledge of Russian
Another
history
right
whatsoever,
pickaxe won't
you may
really
yet
make this any
recognize the name of
faster.
Michael I's dynasty, the House of Romanov, where you see the
Oh wow, this
circle
is
is
my
not
first
over, it
gold.
has merely begun anew. The early Romanovs centralized the state from the point of
Yeah,
decentralized anarchy to stabilize
spamming Deep
civilized
Slate like
project
this
expanded to
is
Siberia. They passed reforms that
not gonna
stabilized the
be bad,
country,
but
like enforcing
ultimately it
serfdom,
will be more
reducing
efficient
cities,
just
tying peasants
vein
permanently to their
mining
land.
the old-fashioned,
And
old,
yet, these state
reliable, old,
reforms opened the
trustable
door to
way.
stagnation. Serfdom creates a deeply unequal society where the privileges of the nobility are entrenched and serfs live in increasing hardship. We see some attempts at reform by Peter the Great, but it is for naught as he, as his predecessors, continues to centralize state power. And finally, the stagnation explodes into crisis. Russia, once again, has fought an external war and once again has strained its resources and morale to a breaking point. The state is once again too centralized, and the Romanovs begin to buckle under the weight of their responsibilities. Crisis emerges. You might be familiar with the Decemberists, and no, I don't mean the when we arrive sons and daughters Decemberists, I mean the Decemberist revolt, a revolution of disillusioned aristocrats and officers in the wake of the Napoleonic Wars, which was put down with brutality, censorship, and repression. Russia continued to lag behind economically and socially as its serfs were squeezed ever harder by a constantly centralizing state power. And when the Romanovs attempted to stabilize a near breaking point Russia in that age-old tradition of expanding territory, they underestimated their weakness and disunity, invading Crimea and losing to a coalition of the Ottoman Empire, France, the UK, and Sardinia Piedmont, despite a nearly 2-to-1 numerical advantage in favor of the Russians. The Romanovs under Alexander II tried to reform the state by emancipating the serfs, but it is not nearly enough. The serfs were still burdened with redemption payments. They remained serfs in every respect but title. Here we see an instance of liberalization, but it's simply too little and too late. Alexander II is assassinated in 1881 by revolutionaries. His successor, Alexander III, attempts to centralize the state further, enacting highly reactionary policies, cultural Russification, and repression, even as the economy begins to industrialize and modernize. We then have the humiliation of Russia in the Russo-Japanese War, and then World War I, and then finally the end with the plot of the 1997 American animated musical historical fantasy film Anastasia, the lyrics to Rasputin by Boney M., and of course, the Russian Revolution. Our short history lesson has been an incredible oversimplification, but for our purposes I hope it suffices, and that the cycle of history is now a little clearer. The Russian Revolution was, in hindsight, a revolution not only of the people, but of the cycle. The breakdown of the state gives way to mobilization, to the military communism period, into the new economic policy. But as Stalin takes power from Lenin, over-centralization turns into crisis with the Soviet famine of 1930 to 1933, the Great Purge, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and subsequently an unprepared Soviet Union entering into World War II. And with our first mention of World War II, it is here that we must pause our little history lesson so that we can zero in on one part of the cycle, how it was handled, and why that matters for War Thunder, which is to say it's finally time to talk about tanks and planes. The footage you are watching
Finally.
video, and you are watching it, right? You're not just reading my video as a podcast, are you? I'm just kidding,
Hey.
of course, but if you are watching, the footage you're seeing is actual footage from the 1927 May Day parade taken in Red Square. Those little tanks you see are T-18 light tanks, a Soviet-made copy of captured French Renault FTs. The Soviets at the time didn't have the technical expertise necessary to design their own tanks, and so they learned by copying.
Yeah, getting lots of diamonds won't take too long.
We also copied the Renault FT and called it the M1917. The Soviets continued to learn from imported foreign tanks, though, and in 1931 they produced a tank based on the British Vickers Mark E, called the T-26. If you play War Thunder, you may recognize the T-26 as the default doomed vehicle for the USSR. The Vickers Mark E is actually playable in War Thunder as a Finnish tank under the Swedish tech tree, which I'm sure the Finns hate. It's got slightly better armor, visibility, and power-to-weight ratio when compared to the T-26, but the T-26 has a better gun. The Soviets also designed the T-28 and the rather infamous T-35 based on the experimental British Vickers A1E1, the former of which was adopted in 1933 and the latter of which was adopted in 1935. Soviet tank design was in full swing by the mid-1930s. This period also saw the emergence of the BT-5 and BT-7 with their distinctive American design, Christie suspension, and high speed. FYI, they're some of the most fun tanks to play in War Thunder. The BT-7 in particular is great for hunting campers, but I digress. In 1935, the Soviet Union allegedly had more tanks than the rest of the world.
Whoa, what a big
but the tank design
vein.
philosophy of the mid-30s was still quite firmly rooted in the combat experience of World War I. You had heavy tanks, even heavier breakthrough tanks, and lighter flankers or cavalry tanks. The Soviets had built the largest tank force in the world to fight the wrong war with, and it seemed that everyone had, except for the German. And as the Soviets observed the changing face of tank warfare, they too decided to get with the times and began development of an all-purpose medium tank, a tank with the suspension and speed of the BT-7, but the armament of a heavy tank, the result of which was the T-34. Now look, I'm not a World War II buff or a tank enthusiast per se. I know a little bit, but it's not my forte. Let me ask you this then. From one casual to another, no tank nerds invited. What was the best tank of World War II? Was it the fearsome German Tiger, the tank so terrifying that it took 4 American tanks to destroy but one? Was it the American Sherman with its ease of production and jack-of-all-trades capability and generally high build quality? Or was it the T-34, the Soviet death machine with its high speed and sloped armor and powerful gun? Well, Mooney, you might say it's all a balance. Sure, objectively, maybe one-on-one, the Tiger was the best of these tanks on paper. But resource-wise, the Sherman wins out. Logistics wins wars, so naturally the quote-unquote best is a compromise between both. A tank that could be made quickly but was more effective, which is to say the T-34. And yet what if I told you that the T-34 wasn't actually that good, that the effectiveness of the T-34 for all of its fame was heavily propagandized? That the legend of the T-34 that we are told by the History Channel or the American Heroes Channel differs quite substantially from reality. This is a topic that comes up quite a bit in online military history discourse. Laserpig, who clearly knows a lot more about military history than I do, has an hour-long video on this very topic. Hopefully I'm not retreading ground that he's already walked here. I'll admit that I didn't watch his video for fear of it influencing my own. But the long and short of it is, after World War II, the United States and the Soviet Union were suddenly no longer on friendly terms as the 2 remaining global superpowers, and as each superpower sought information on the other, they both turned to the defeated Germans. But the Germans were not a reliable resource. Remember, they were Nazis, and in the traditional Nazi fashion, one never attributes one's losses to oneself. Consider Umberto Eco's seminal essay, Fascism, in which Eco outlines the fundamental characteristics of fascist ideology. In it, he writes that the typical fascist, and I quote, must feel humiliated by the ostentatious wealth and force of their enemies. However, the followers must be convinced that they can overwhelm their enemies. Thus, by a continuous shifting of rhetorical focus, the enemies are at the same time too strong and too weak. Fascist governments are condemned to lose wars because they are constitutionally incapable of objectively evaluating the force of the enemy. The Nazi is always the underdog in their mindset. If the Nazi fights and loses, it is thereby never his fault. He was outgunned, undermanned, out-teched. If the Nazi fights and wins, it's always his superior character prevailing over the enemy's superior resources. A triumph of the will. But when you win, it's cheating. And so, when these officers of the Wehrmacht are asked, how did you lose on the Eastern Front? You caught the Soviets by surprise. You were rolling right over them. You blew up like half their factories. The answer isn't, well, we were in way over our heads to begin with, and an invasion of the Soviet Union was always going to end in a disaster, and also I'm a terrible tank commander. Their equipment was so advanced, it was so amazing, they had so much of it. Their wooden planes were harder than steel, their sloped armor could stop any shell. We were actually very heroic, fighting against that massive, ostentatious resource advantage. In other words, they preserved their own egos and deflected responsibility. It is never the Nazis' fault. Consider this. After the war, Wehrmacht Field Marshal Paul Ludwig Ewald von Kleist had this to say about the Red Army. Their equipment was very good even in 1941, especially the tanks. Their artillery was excellent, and also most of the infantry weapons. Their rifles were more modern than ours and had a more rapid rate of fire. Their T-34 was the finest in the world.
Okay.
The rifle
The rate of fire is apparently really important.
It's a good semi-automatic rifle. It was meant to be the new service rifle of the Red Army, but that never happened because production of the SVT-40 was disrupted by the German invasion in 1941. Which means that the Soviets fought largely with the objectively outdated Mosin Nagant, a 5-shot bolt-action rifle. At the time of the German invasion, 1/3 of the rifles in the Red Army were meant to be SVT-40s, but that didn't happen, and the initial invasion caught the Soviets by surprise, causing hundreds of thousands of SVT-40s to be lost. The SVT-40 was also difficult to manufacture and harder to maintain, which is why in 1942, Ijevsk Arsenal was ordered to cease SVT production entirely and switch back to the Mosin Nagant. Only 70,000 SVT-40s were produced in the year 1940, which was the year the SVT-40 was first
should I have gone for 50?
And the year prior to the German invasion.
3 instead of 54?
1.6 million SVT-40s
54 instead of
were produced
53?
in total throughout the war.
What the hell?
But you want to know how many Mosin Nagants were produced? Almost 20 million, and that's during the war, with many more existing, of course, prior to the war, because this gun started production in 1891. That's 7 years before the Spanish-American War. Teddy Roosevelt charged up San Juan Hill on horseback with a sword 7 years after this rifle entered into production. If you're an American like myself and have the God-given right to buy Soviet firearms on the open market, then you might be able to get an SVT-40 for a few $1,000s. Even if you're a gun enthusiast, you might not know anyone who owns an SVT-40. But if you're an American who knows anything about firearms, I all but guarantee you know someone who owns a Mosin Nagant, because you used to be able to buy one of those things for like $80, and that's in America. There was no massive resource advantage, no massive advantage gained from this technological marvel of a rifle.
Wow, listen to this.
Even recognized that and ditched it. But the fascist cannot accept responsibility for his failings. That is fundamental to their nature. Going back to von Kleist, consider that he is talking about the resource and technological superiority of an army that at times barely had uniforms or ammunition for its soldiers. When the one with the rifle gets killed, the one who is following picks up the rifle, right? Remember that enemy at the gates? It's also propaganda in its own way, but you get the picture. Of course, the Soviets did not have this massive resource advantage in 1941. This is just after the Great Purge and the massive famines of the 1930s. This is in the midst of a surprise attack invasion which annihilated Soviet production. Of course, there wasn't a resource advantage. But when the Wehrmacht started losing battles, they couldn't report back to command and say, we're losing because we're idiots and the Soviets are better at war than we are. There had to be something. to blame. Half a dozen anti-tank guns fire shells at him, a T-34, which sound like a drum roll, but he drives staunchly through our line like an impregnable prehistoric monster. This, according to a German battle report, as recorded in Meyer Finkel's On Flexibility. You've heard this kind of whinging before, I'm sure, if you've ever played War Thunder. I fired like 100 shots at that guy and all of them bounced. So OP. When infamous German General Heinz Guderian's Panzer Group 2 was halted at Vitebsk, it wasn't his fault. It was this new wonder weapon. And he took the charade to the bank. We have to copy this weapon and build our own version or they will beat us because it's not my fault, it's my tools. He continued to repeat this even in his memoirs, where he called the T-34 vastly superior to German tanks with that incredible, invincible, sloped armor. Here's These mental gymnastics are meant to justify one's failings by attributing them to an enemy that is ostensibly wealthier and more powerful than you because of their evil, shifty ways. They had the shiny rifles. They had the sloped armor and magic tanks. They had the nefarious tactics. They had the banks behind them, and the Jews, and the Stalinwood planes. We only had grit, heroism, and integrity, and we nearly won, in spite of that, or so the fascist must tell himself. For if the fascist cannot have that, then he must admit his enemy is at least his equal, if not his superior. He has to admit that he is wrong and take responsibility for his actions. And that, more than anything else, the fascist cannot abide. For you see, the T-34 was not new at the time the Germans invaded. Like the SVT-40, the T-34 began production in 1940. They were already being produced and used when Operation Barbarossa began. We even have records of such engagements. During the Battle of Brody in June of 1941, the Germans engaged a force of 3,500 Soviet tanks with 750 of their own. Of those 3,500 Soviet tanks, 443 were T-34s and KV-1s. Of the German tanks, only 355 were armed with cannons 50 millimeters or larger, meaning there were more allegedly impenetrable T-34s and KV-1s than the Germans had cannons that could pierce them. And yet, the German tank offensive succeeded in rendering virtually the entire tank force non-operational, allowing the push into Soviet territory to continue. The T-34s and KV-1s weren't a problem until the Germans started losing, at which point, suddenly, they were invincible. The Soviet Union produced around 55 to 60,000 T-34s during World War II. It lost 80%.
Come on, give me one more vein.
The Germans had an over 3-to-1 exchange ratio with the Soviets. One German tank lost for every 3 Soviet tanks. Was it a technological advantage that allowed the Soviets to beat the Nazis, or was the unthinkable possible? Was the Soviet will merely stronger than the Nazi will? In truth, the T-34 was good, but the best tank of the war, it was not. Yes, the lower-powered anti-tank guns of the Germans may have struggled against it. It did have good suspension and ostensibly advantageous diesel engines, and it could be built relatively quickly and cheaply, on paper. But therein lies the problem with the T-34. T-34s produced during wartime were unreliable, poorly built, and not to design specifications. Yet a funny thing happened here. Although this rhetoric was ultimately intended to reinforce the inferiority of the Russian in the mind of the Nazi, it became co-opted by both the Soviet Union and the United States for different purposes, leaving no one to contest any propagandized figures. To understand how that happened, how even enemies came to agree on the same message, we must return to our Russian cycle of history, where we will see how this propaganda propagated. The cycle of Russian history rotates around a goal of unity, of keeping the princes of the Rus or the boyars of the Empire or the republics of the International Soviet together. And the misunderstanding of how to get to unification, of trying to repeat historical lessons without first understanding the context in which they existed, magnified or distorted at times by a massive ego, leads to Russian leadership using the wrong tools at the wrong time for the wrong job, which brings about stagnation, crisis, and eventually state collapse. The Russian Revolution, as we said, was a breakdown of the state. The old Russian Empire was no more, and from its ashes emerged the Soviet Union. But how did the Soviets unite the diverse peoples therein? Armenians, Ukrainians, Georgians, Azerbaijanis, Tatars, and Bashkirs, and Karelians, and Bukharins. How do you unify such a diverse group of peoples and cultures into one state? The Soviet answer was simple. There is no war but the class war, and there are no peoples but Soviet peoples. But the Soviet Union is primarily and predominantly Russian. Is equitable unification possible in this circumstance, or is the inevitable outcome Russification? The destruction of these minority cultures, replacing them with Russian culture. Vladimir Lenin, the founder of the Bolsheviks and of the Soviet Union, was quite concerned about the possibility of Russification. He declared that it was the duty of the Bolsheviks, of the vanguard party, to fight against what he called the Great Russian Chauvinism, a tyranny of the majority where Russians would impose their cultural hegemony on the other Soviet republics. Lenin saw it as the duty of the party to protect and uplift the oppressed nations of the former Russian Empire and restore their self-determination. It didn't always end up that way, mind you, but that's a little outside of the scope of this video. Let's be clear here. Lenin was not some advocate for complete decentralization. Lest we forget, he brutally purged his political opponents of the Red Terror through that old Russian mainstay, a secret police force. And centralization was sort of his whole thing. One of the groups he purged were his former allies, the left socialist revolutionaries. The left SRs were pluralists. They were opposed to forced collectivization and preferred individual autonomy. Decentralization. Whereas Lenin and the Bolsheviks advocated for the centralization of power under a single party. Look, it's complicated, and if I even try to explain this stuff in more detail, this video is going to be an hour longer with a million different textball essays in the comments. The point is, Lenin's leadership, whether you agree with it or not, was a mobilizing and stabilizing force, and the mobilization of military communism into the stabilization of the new economic policy was largely preferable to the anarchy of the times preceding. The Russians, at least. But Lenin never got to see his plans to fruition, for on January 21st, 1924,
This is nether music.
just 7
What
years
the fuck?
after the foundation of Soviet Russia and just 2 years after the foundation of the Soviet
One more
Union,
vein,
Lenin fell
and
into
then
a
I'm
coma
going
and
back to the surface.
died.
For real.
His successor was none other than Joseph Stalin. Now, Stalin had very different ideas concerning Russia's role in the Soviet Union. For you see, Stalin imagined in his mind a centralized Soviet state that was composed not only of the multitudinous constituents of the Soviet Union, but of the Communist International entire, a communist world centralized under Stalin. And to that end, Stalin felt it was the responsibility of Russia to act as a cultural elder brother, a big brother, if you will. Stalin injected Russian nationalism into the Soviet identity, de-emphasizing the proletarian internationalism of Marxist-Leninism and replacing it with the Russification of Stalinism. Stalin also pulled back on the new economic policy, forcing top-down centralized collectivization with little respect for the conditions on the ground. Or, at times, too much quote-unquote respect. For example, Stalin's government forced grain quotas on his newly collectivized farmers, essentially on Soviet serfs. But as local governments were not given the autonomy to lower these quotas, the collectivized laborers were left with very little grain of their own, even though the harvest itself may have been plentiful, and a failure to meet these quotas resulted in harsh punishment, including arrests and even executions. As you can imagine, such a system is easily weaponized for purposes of repression. Using a system of harsh quotas to impose a man-made famine with the purpose of suppressing resistance and culturally eradicating a people is nothing new. Maybe Stalin picked up this tactic from the British, who induced the Irish potato famine by exporting grain and food from Ireland as the blight was setting in. Likewise, this policy of grain quotas was not just some underbaked attempt at collectivizing agriculture. It was targeted Russification, aimed at exterminating the resistance of non-Russian Soviet states and cultures. One state being targeted in particular, that state being Ukraine. In Ukraine, this period of induced famine is called the Holodomor, in which 3 to 7 million Ukrainians perished. And as the Ukrainian people starved, Ukraine's intellectual and cultural leaders were also purged in an attempt to suppress Ukrainian culture and nationalism. Let's call a spade a spade. It was genocide. It was intentional. Stalin's vision of a Russified and united communist international was arguably driven by his ego, and his ego was justified through the age-old Russian goal of unification. He gave Russian unification as his excuse, but as so often happens in Russian history, he envisioned himself as the central pillar of that state. Centralization under Stalin increased until it ran into crisis. The Holodomor depopulated vast swaths of Soviet territory and impoverished its citizens. Stalin's Great Purge wiped out experienced military officers and ethnically cleansed what he deemed to be non-Soviet ethnic groups such as Poles, Latvians, Finns, and even Chinese. The de jure head of the Soviet government, Vyacheslav Molotov, under Stalin's orders, signed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact with Nazi Germany, splitting Poland between them and ceding the Baltic states to the Soviet Union. And thus, when the Nazis betrayed and subsequently invaded the Soviet Union found itself unprepared. The crisis had manifested itself in full. In most countries, the Second World War is called, well, the Second World War, World War II. But in the Soviet Union and present-day Russia, the war has a very different name. They call it the Great Patriotic War. Or you see, in the context of the Russian cycle of history, World War II is less akin to World War I and more akin to the Napoleonic Wars, and specifically the French invasion of Russia, which the Russians call the Patriotic War of 1812. Okay, but why the Great Patriotic War? Why this association? Well, as we saw, Stalin's goals relied on the Russification of the Soviet Union, but it's hard to take a Georgian or a Chechen or a Ukrainian, beat them up and tell them that they have to be Russian now. As we've seen so often in history, they'll revolt and you either lose the revolution and thereby the people, or you push so hard that there aren't any Georgians or Ukrainians left. Thus, what Stalin did was to take the Russian identity and repackage it as a wider Soviet identity, to make Russian nationalism more palatable. This policy under Stalin became known as Soviet patriotism. A further complication arises, though. The state adapts Soviet patriotism as an ideological unifier, but Stalin's ultra-centralization of the state means that the power of the state is still vested exclusively in him. The result is, as we've seen before with princes and boyars alike, Stalin's generals and officers have to tiptoe around him. Failure is met with harsh punishment, and thus failures and weakness goes unreported. Victories and strength justify Stalin's leadership and powers the engine of Soviet patriotism. Thus, these victories get signal boosted, the propaganda thereby writes itself, and objectivity goes out the window. The final result is a distorted accounting of reality. The numbers are bent to look better than they are, lest you end up purged. Which brings us back to the T-34. It is, as we stated, a good tank, but it has become mythologized as not only a good tank, but the best tank ever. In the Soviet Union at the time, there was every incentive to push this narrative. The T-34 wasn't a Russian tank, it was a Soviet tank, and it was the Soviet tank. Stalin's ultra-centralization created an environment where failures and mistakes were heavily punished. Thus, the engineers and brass inflated the performance and quality of the T-34, sometimes in defiance of the reality on the ground. Likewise, realistic observations of the T-34's shortcomings, such as its cramped interior, poor optics, and generally poor build quality, were suppressed in favor of presenting it as an unparalleled success. During the war, the United States was happy to mirror Soviet propaganda, and likewise the Soviets were happy to mirror American propaganda to build rapport amongst their peoples. There were bigger fish to fry, after all. But once the war ended, the tone shifted very quickly. Suddenly, the Americans were predatory capitalists once again, and the Soviets totalitarian slave drivers. But with regards to the T-34, there was no counter-propaganda effort because the exaggeration of the T-34 suited every party. The Nazis can shift blame for their loss to the T-34. The Soviets can use the T-34 as a symbol of Soviet patriotism. And the Americans, well, we can use it to scare our own people. What happens if the United States falls behind? What happens if the Soviets beat us to the next T-34? And what happens if we're caught by surprise, like the Germans? What if communism sneaks into your bedroom at night and steals your child? Can we please have some more military funding? Don't take my word for it, though. Consider this. During and immediately after World War II, the United States could do nothing but believe inaccurate Nazi and Soviet reports about Soviet equipment, as it had no access to said equipment. But during the Korean War, the United States captured several T-34-85s. The public image of the T-34 was, remember, that it was the best tank. In this once secret but now declassified, looking at you, War Thunder forums, CIA Provisional Intelligence Report on the tank and assault gun industry of the Soviet Union dated February 1953, one finds the German account of the T-34 coming into direct conflict with the reality of T-34s being captured in Korea. Page 10, Title 1, Section B, Subsection 2, Paragraph 10 of the aforementioned document states the following. The T-34 medium tank proved extremely successful in the early days of the war. German anti-tank weapons were too light to stop this tank from fulfilling its combat mission. In hindsight, we know this to be demonstrably false. But the Americans weren't there, and they relied on the German accounts to fill the gaps. The illusion started to fall apart when Americans actually got their hands on T-34-85s, which were built ostensibly at a time when quality control should have been at its highest for the wartime Soviet tank industry. The U.S. was even supplying the Soviets with materials like steel, aluminum, and ammunition via Lend-Lease. Later in this same report, on page 16, Title 2, Section A, paragraphs 36 and 37, we see the following. End unquote. A recent analysis of a captured T-34-85 Soviet tank produced some interesting conclusions. General use had been made of alloy steels and other quality materials. Manufacturing techniques were adequate. Issues on non-essential services were found to be excessively crude by U.S. standards. A high degree of precision had been used in machining essential working parts. There was much evidence of comprehensive and detailed knowledge of the latest manufacturing techniques. This high level of technique, however, was not consistently applied in actual production. This inconsistency illustrates a very important point applicable to this industry. Although Soviet research and development often may equal and on occasion may surpass U.S. research and development, the application of techniques to mass production suffers by comparison with U.S. practice. The T-34 was not a bad tank. On paper, it was a great tank. In execution, it was a good tank. But it was never the best tank, as we are sometimes led to believe. It was designed well on paper, and the techniques involved in building it were as advanced as American techniques. But the application of these techniques suffers by comparison to U.S. practice. And yet, if we might return to War Thunder for a moment, it is this very difference between paper and practice that makes this all so complicated. That makes War Thunder's balancing so complicated. For you see, something curious has happened. A very typical cycle of centralization in Russia has produced a very typical attempt to Russify, but that propaganda has been picked up by outside forces and signal boosted. Every other point of propaganda the Soviet Union produces has counter-propaganda from the United States and its allies. Even the objectively incredible achievements of the Soviet Union during the space race are downplayed, with the U.S. declaring unilateral victory after landing on the moon. Propaganda emerging from the Soviet military apparatus is not being counter-propagandized because it suits all parties, which in turn contributes to, but is not solely responsible for, the development of military propaganda as a tentpole of Soviet, and eventually Russian, pride and identity. Now, the Russian cycle of history continues after Stalin. Stalin passes in 1953, and we encounter a period of liberalization under Nikita Khrushchev known as the Thaw. And yes, I'm skipping Malenkov, don't worry. During the Thaw, Khrushchev pursued a policy of de-Stalinization, which allowed some freedom of information to return to the media and to arts. But as we've seen with past liberalization efforts in Russian history, it is often true
diamond strip mining.
Discontent from over-centralization.
You haven't truly gone back to playing Minecraft until you've at least done this once during your playthrough.
1956, which was brutally suppressed by the Red Army. The Polish Thaw, Polish October, which resulted in local Polish protests against the Central Soviet government, the end result of which was greater autonomy for Poland. That liberalization in Poland would later also meet its own authoritarian rollback, but we also don't have time to get into Władysław Gomułka. Apologies to all the Poles in the audience. On October 14th of 1964, Leonid Brezhnev replaces Khrushchev, consolidating his power by 1970. He undoes many of Khrushchev's reforms, rehabilitates Stalin's image in what is known as neo-Stalinism, and focuses on strengthening the Soviet military-industrial complex as he centralizes the state once more. Remember, Stalin bound pride in the military tightly to Soviet identity, and the propagandized power of the Soviet military is being signal-boosted by everyone. Further centralization, which is to say authoritarian rollback vis-a-vis neo-Stalinism, necessitates putting the Soviet military on a pedestal, propaganda and all. You might not believe everything you read in the Pravda. The Soviet citizen knows his military is cutting edge and unstoppable. The revolution of this cycle ends with events that many of you watching may have lived through. On March 10th, 1985, Mikhail Gorbachev takes power as the General Secretary of the Communist Party. The Soviet economy is in a disastrous state. A combination of falling oil prices and massive military overspending has resulted in an untenable fiscal deficit. The Soviet standard of living declines and unrest grows. Gorbachev, seeing the writing on the wall, attempts to decentralize. He implements two policies, perestroika, or restructuring, an attempt to transition the centrally planned economy to a more market-based economy, and glasnost, or openness, an attempt to promote transparency in government, reducing censorship and more openly allowing public criticism. The problem is, the Soviet people had a lot to criticize, and Brezhnev's authoritarian rollback had pressurized the vessel. When Gorbachev hoped to let some steam out of the vessel, it exploded, and on December 16, 1991, the Soviet Union was officially dissolved. The state has broken down. But the story doesn't end here. The cycle turns anew. Many constituent states emerged from the ruins of the Soviet Union, the largest of which, of course, was the Russian Federation, the Russia we know today. And Russia, in the immediate aftermath of the collapse of the Soviet Union, was a place of extraordinary hardship. The Russian economy was subject to comprehensive economic reforms referred to as shock therapy. Massive state enterprises and agencies shifted from state ownership to individual private ownership in the blink of an eye. And as the riches of the state were distributed, so too did new princes rise, new boyars, the oligarchs. The 90s were chaotic in Russia. There was enormous capital flight. People who had money moved it out of the country. There was extreme corruption, gang violence, hyperinflation, and crushing poverty. In 1993, President Boris Yeltsin faced a constitutional crisis known as Black October, where he dissolved the Supreme Soviet, the parliament essentially, and implemented a new Russian constitution. He basically staged a coup, and in so doing, anywhere from dozens to hundreds of people were killed. But the state breakdown period would soon approach its end, for on December 31st, 1999, President Yeltsin resigned, and in his place he appointed his chosen successor, Vladimir Putin. The Russian state mobilizes and stabilizes. High oil prices and a promise of a stable country of opportunity brings in foreign investment. Putin claims he wants cooperation with the West. Germany buys its oil from Russia. The United States sees a new partner for business instead of a rival. All the while, Putin consolidates and centralizes power, weakening regional governors and strengthening himself. Follows in the footsteps of his Soviet predecessors, protecting Russian identity and pride under the military, which cements itself once again as a tentpole of said Russian identity. And as we approach the present, we exit the scope of this video's history lesson and enter into the realm of politics.
Oh boy.
Where in the Russian cycle of history are we now? Well, that's up for you to decide. The takeaway is that the Russian cycle of history isn't over. It continues, and with it, a relic of the previous cycle comes along. The embellishment and propagandization of Russian military prowess, and the tying of that military pride into the core of the Russian identity and of Russian pride. But something has changed recently, which has somewhat disrupted the status quo, and that is the lack of counter-propaganda. With the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the Ukrainians have been pushing counter-propaganda, at times truthful and at times exaggerated. This being the nature of any kind of propaganda, it's a joust, back and forth. The United States and its European allies are also producing their own counter-propaganda and have been doing so for some time, having recognized the alleged potential geopolitical threat of a rising Russia. For example, Republican presidential nominee Mitt Romney once told Wolf Blitzer back in the race against Barack Obama in 2012 that Russia was the #1 geopolitical foe of the United States. The propaganda war began at least that long ago, and the messages emerging from that propaganda have been, at times, conflicting. The hyperballistic missile is super advanced, it's unstoppable, it's more advanced than what we have. We need money. At the same time, the tank with the coat cage is a laughable mess. It's pathetic. We do the same thing with the Chinese. The new Chinese jet is a stealth fighter with incredible capabilities, and it's a real threat, and we are falling behind, and the Chinese drone swarms are going to destroy us all. But also the jet needs 2 engines, and it's so big and dumb, and it's Chinese, so it must be from Temu or made of Chinesium scrap metal. Thus, by a continuous shifting of rhetorical focus, the enemies are at the same time too strong and too weak. But I digress. Maybe that's a topic for another video. Let's not beat around the bush any further. It's time for us, finally, to bring the puzzle pieces together and figure out why gamers leak classified information in War Thunder. In November of 2012, just 1 month after Mitt Romney's statement on Russia, War Thunder, which was developed and published by Gaijin Entertainment, at the time a Russian but now Hungarian company, released in open beta. In January of 2013, the game saw a worldwide release. Even back then, it was obvious that there was something special about War Thunder. It took home Best Simulation Game at the 2013 Gamescom Awards. In 2019, it was one of the most played games on all of Steam. And to this day, War Thunder continues to set player count records. A full disclosure, I played War Thunder quite a bit and have friends who are still very active in-game. With that context, let me ask all of you War Thunder players, what is the one thing that War Thunder players complain about more than any other thing? That's right, the balancing. We players love to complain that this tank is overpowered, or that plane is underpowered, or the performance of this gun or that armor is unrealistic. But take a moment here with me, and let's do something that no War Thunder player has ever done before. We are going to empathize. Simple, I know. And we're going to start with a controversial statement. War Thunder does have a Russian bias. That's empathy, Mooney? Really? Says my sponsorship liaison out loud as she shakes her head in fears for her job. No. War Thunder has a Russian bias because reality has a Russian bias too. It is, I think, objectively true that Russian and Soviet vehicles are generally more effective in War Thunder than they are in real life. But this is because the propagandized statistics of Russian and Soviet vehicles are accepted at face value by virtually every party for their own purposes. I'm not saying that Russian vehicles are bad, just like the T-34 isn't bad. But are they this good? On the ground, in real combat, arguably not. Hard to tell sometimes, too, now that counter-propaganda exists. But on paper, absolutely yes. And let me ask you, what is Gaijin supposed to do? It must rely on the paper statistics that exist because combat conditions are so variable. If American and Russian sources align, the devs cannot just make up numbers or pull numbers out of a hat. If you're going to balance a simulator game that claims realism to the degree of War Thunder, the sources for your numbers must be credulous. As such, even if everyone knows in their heart of hearts that a number isn't accurate, if on paper even the rivals agree, then the paper has it. Let's look at a different but often talked about tank in War Thunder, the Tiger II. It's a balancing nightmare and subject to propagandized reports by Soviets and Americans in both directions. It's slow and unwieldy.
I kinda want to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Now for some reason.
Nightmare was heavy and ponderous. Or maybe it had a great suspension system and it was faster than a Panther. It depends. In Blade War, the Germans lost access to Mall of Denim, thus weakening the...
Where are the diamonds? Why did I say I wanted one more vein?
To detail. Then why aren't the T-34's production inadequacies modeled? Because the information is conflicting due to the propagandistic incentives we've already discussed. The Soviets didn't report on it, the Germans didn't admit it, and the Americans, despite having later discovered this was the case, suppressed it. Gaijin isn't blind to this problem, and they are very aware that Western players observe these discrepancies as a Russian bias. Their solution to this problem of reality is to balance in tiers called battle rating or BR. The information conflicts and there isn't enough objective trustworthy source material to rely on for balancing. As such, the solution is that balancing is generally reality agnostic. Performance of players and vehicles ultimately determines the tier in which those vehicles are placed. No documentary analysis is necessary. Right? But here in Horizon...
Finally, oh my god.
War Thunder took home at the 2013 Gamescom Awards was the best simulation game. War Thunder is devoted to realistic behavior, modeling everything from armor thickness to crew. Realistic combat of War Thunder means that historical accuracy cannot be entirely ignored in favor of strict tiers, because there is only so much anachronism and fantasy that the player base can stand. Battle rating system allows matchups for arcade and realistic battles where you can play against vehicles one tier above or below you. As such, you can find yourself in a realistic battle match where you're flying a BR 9.7 British Hawker Hunter F6 with a max speed of 1,148 km per hour to intercept a BR 10.7 Soviet Su-17 M2 with a max speed that is nearly twice your own at 2,232 km per hour. Or for that matter, a BR 6.7 propeller-driven Spitfire against the jet-powered F-80 Shooting Star in MiG-9. The discrepancy is almost certainly a result of player outcome. But how much higher can you push the tier of the Spitfire because of the superiority of British players until you're flying a World War II propeller plane against jet fighters that saw combat during the Vietnam War? The Supermarine Swift F-1 is battle rating 8.3. But at a single incremental increase to 8.7, you could end up flying a plane built in 1954 against the Chinese Nanshan Q-5L, which was developed in the early 2000s. As such, no matter how much Gaijin might prefer to do their balancing pursuant to actual player statistics, the performance of players works against the numbers. Wearaboos can be so bad at video games that it defies reality and fantasy alike.
I shouldn't be doing this well, but I am. So what gives? Well, I noticed the pattern while I was playing Jumbo. Tigers made up the vast majority of tanks I came up against, and whenever I came up against something that wasn't a Tiger, I usually died. Why? Because Tiger players are absolutely brain dead.
Remember, fascists never blame themselves for their failings, and thus are never able to improve upon their errors. As such, they can somehow down-tier their jet fighters so hard that you have Wunderwaffe Messerschmitt Me-262s fighting against and losing to prototype Soviet Su-6s that were so bad back in 1941 that they never even entered into production. And thus, we sometimes see accusations of German bias by Russian and even sometimes American or European players. If you are Gaijin, then, what is the solution? Well, there is no solution. Balancing must be some arbitrary and uncomfortable mix of player performance, real-world information, and expectations management, of which no golden ratio exists. You need to use biased, real-world information to create the initial models and tune the vehicle. You need player performance to place the vehicle in a fair battle rating. But you also need to manage expectations and sometimes balance contrary to player performance and at times even reality, or the player base will get upset. The real world isn't fair, but War Thunder as a competitive game by nature must at least try to be. Which brings us then to classified information. Let's say you're a player. You've been playing War Thunder for a long time, and so you're fighting in the most advanced vehicles available. The modern tanks in battle rating 10 and up. You've invested a lot of time and money into the game. War Thunder is important to you. Let's also say, by coincidence, that you're a tank commander, the tank you pilot, the one you love more than your wife and know like the back of your hand. Challenger 2. Now, there's a lot written about the Challenger 2, but what has been written for the world to see and what you know to be the truth are two different things. So you take your Challenger 2, an arguably rather unfairly maligned tank in real life, into War Thunder's realistic and simulator battles, and you're having fun. But something isn't right. There are aspects of the model that aren't as you know them to be. You're getting penetrated in places you shouldn't be, given the ammo you've been hit by. And in your mind, that's both unrealistic and unfair. How do you effect a change? Well, you could go on the forums and argue and try to pressure an expectations management change, perhaps. This is a balance change that occurs pursuant to player expectations. If enough players demand something, it gets adjusted for fear of immense player backlash, absent any other considerations. Now, anyone who has ever played any game that requires balancing knows that players try to pressure expectations management changes quite often. But any dev knows that expectations management changes should be rare and utilized only if absolutely necessary, lest you create an entitled player base who thinks they can bully you into ruining your own game. The War Thunder forums are chock full of attempts to argue balancing changes pursuant to expectations management. Nobody in a position of power reads those arguments because if they did, they'd not only never have time to eat, drink, or sleep, they'd also end up just making people mad no matter what they implemented. So if you're the tank commander, what else can you do? Well, you can also affect balance by playing so badly that the vehicle gets moved in battle rating, but that's not something you can affect alone, and really it shouldn't be this way anyhow. In our hypothetical, the vehicle is effective, it's just modeled wrong. Thus, you are left with only one way to effect change, and that is by presenting what you know in the form of objective evidence. Where do you get this objective evidence? The Russian vehicles are also propagandized, and they're ruining your fun in ways that don't even make sense. How do you demonstrate the reality of the effectiveness of your beloved Challenger 2 against them in the minutiae that matter to you? You look down at your table, and you see your Challenger 2 Army Equipment Support publication, or user manual, and then you look back up to the smoking wreck of your Challenger 2 in War Thunder, and the light bulb goes off. You make a scan of your classified manual, specifically where it notes the effectiveness of the Challenger 2's armor. You edit it to make it look declassified, and then you post it on the War Thunder forums. Now the evidence is incontrovertible, and a change to the model must be made. What I just told you, the whole hypothetical of the tank commander of the Challenger 2, That actually happened. That is the true story of the first War Thunder classified documents leak. And it has happened again and again and again. And it will continue to happen, because when you play a game as compelling as War Thunder, and your favorite jet fighter or tank gets smoked by a Russian one that you've been told or maybe even have seen as a moving pile of junk, but is purported by everyone to be extra effective on paper, sometimes you just can't help it. The frustration gets the best of you, and the next thing you know, you've got the Eurofighter's radar specification technical documentation on the scanner, ready to effect change. Which, by the way, also happened in December of 2024. Now, Gaijin has made it very clear that classified documents will not ever be used to balance their game. They made me disclaim that to you in the intro to this video, and yet a lot of these leakers will tell themselves that if Gaijin doesn't use their classified info to balance, the exposure of this classified info to the public will change enough opinions that an expectations management change might be forthcoming. Which, to my knowledge, has never happened and likely never will. Anyone with reason could see why Gaijin making an expectations management change built on a classified document leak is a terrible idea. Consider the precedent you set for other classified document leakers. But these leaks never came from a place of reason to begin with. And thus I anticipate that just like Russian history, the War Thunder cycle of leaking state secrets will continue for as long as there is a War Thunder. This video was a love letter to Russian history as much as it was about War Thunder or classified documents. I know that I give a lot of context, which might sometimes seem unnecessary, but understanding is a journey and not merely a destination. If you paid attention to the video and digested it, you now have an understanding of not just War Thunder or its classified document leaks, but also an introductory understanding to the history of an entire peoples, and how the cycle of Russian history continues to influence and shed light upon the behaviors of Russian leadership to this very day. I understand as well that it might be a bit controversial to make a video on Russian history in light of the ongoing war in Ukraine. I try to keep present-day politics out of the videos, but at times we have no choice but to approach the subject. I've alluded to my personal stance on the conflict throughout this video, and if you watched my videos in the past, you know that I'm quite critical of war. That said, I fear that being too pointed about my stance may deter certain viewers who might otherwise take something positive away from this video. I hope then that you will forgive me my discretion. The Russian cycle of history is not a prophecy, it's not a certainty, it is merely a pattern. And this pattern, like any we see in history, can be broken. But that depends on you. In any case, Russian history, present-day reality, and War Thunder have come together to create a perfect storm. An environment that is ripe for heated arguments about tiny details, and subsequently for classified document leaks. And as each new take or play releases to rapturous applause and jeering sneers, as War Thunder continues to break player count records, as the Russian cycle of history churns ever forward, I can only foresee yet more classified document leaks on the War Thunder forums in the future. A cycle of behavior that will continue to occur, much to the chagrin and consternation of Gaijin. I've been your host, Louie. A special thanks and sincerest apologies to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. Don't forget, War Thunder is available on PC, PlayStation, Xbox, and mobile devices via the links in the description. A limited time bonus pack available for new and returning players on PC and console. Thank you to Classical Entertainment System, Timmy Turner's granddad, and Silva Gunner for the music. Thank you also to Moon Channel's kind and generous patrons for keeping the vision of Moon Channel alive.
Holy shit, look
And
at
thank
this
you,
place.
of course, for tuning in to Moon Channel.
Это Горбачев. Чего? Ты экстремал нас в экономике банка. Благодаря ему нам снова возможность. Ты оценил нас политической нестабильность. Благодаря ему свобода. Полный хаос. Перспектив. Политическая нестабильность. Да благодаря ему у нас есть несохранность. Это начало.
That is one hell of an efficient commercial. Holy shit. Whoa, look at all these deep slate I've collected. Hello there. Fuck. You know what? I think this is enough. Hey, it's a trans flag. Yeah, this is definitely enough for now. Let's get out of here.
Fighting forces.
Huge fan of the inbuilt top belly in the armor. An achievable fantasy armor, achievable fantasy body type. I love and support for. Is that the artist in the bottom right hand corner? Suzuki Ito.
Great question. The answer is Yu-Gi-Oh! Does not credit their individual artists. That's not she's the creator.
That's not great.
Do you remember the period of Magic where, like, they were almost universally seeking out individuals to draw this sort of 3D fantasy style?
Yes.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is built in such a way that it's always been like that. This, like, vaguely anime style, and then no one knows who drew anything.
Well, that sucks. That makes me sad. I love to know who artists are that they produce work, or at least, we can find more of their stuff as time goes on. Oh, whack.
It is getting better. Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards end up differentiating in terms of both, like, an art paradigm, and occasionally they will allow people to, like, reveal what cards they drew, but yeah, not great. For a long time, these 4-star goblins were really all we had. The different variations of these, we have Goblin Recon Squad, which is maybe the goblins are part of a new type of warfare. Let's see, we got a
Techie goblins, love techie goblin. Oh, they got them all.
I do appreciate this final loop. That is an extremely fun touch. We have the Goblin Black Ops, which you would think, are called Black Ops, they're already militaristic. What would you expect? Probably something like a video game or like, Navy SEAL Team 6. They're actually ninjas, which is similar.
Okay.
But it's something. But then, just as kind of warfare became this weird hyper-real caricature of what war is, so too did the goblins in Yu-Gi-Oh! Start realizing it was much funnier to make the individual cards a joke. So we now get similar cards with similar effects called things like Goblin Freefall Squad. But they were like paratroopers, but they're goblins, so they're not good.
It's really interesting seeing because it's similar with Magic, and right from the start of Magic Gathering, goblins were presented not like super comedically, so not at inception, they were presented as very similar to the goblins in Tolkien, where they weren't nearly as strong or as fearsome or as terrifying as the orcs, but they certainly had a degree of like sinister might to them, like very sinewy strength speaking around, that stuff. But at some point, seemingly here as well, we've gone from Tolkien-style goblins to sort of what the prototypical funny goblin would be from modern goblin presentations. But it certainly has happened both in Magic Gathering, goblin engineers, where they're, eating paste, a goblin surgeon, where you have to sacrifice goblins to regenerate other goblins, and the artwork shows them, sawing off goblins' leg, that stuff. And obviously here, Goblin Fruitful Squad, a bunch of goblins who, I'm going to guess, a solid 3 of these will hit the ground and not be dead. It's fascinating to see that change.
I do appreciate the one who's falling out of the plane, wearing a smaller second plane. That's enjoyable to me. No, yeah, the first goblin to sit down in front of the television and watch like a Marx Brothers comedy changed goblinry forever. He was like, wait a minute, perfect for this. So this is the extent of the 4-star goblins. A series of faceless hordes of guys that spent a decade being weaponized in different forms until they returned as a caricature of themselves, which honestly I appreciate. I think it's a lot funnier. These are not only goblins. The level 3 goblins are an archetype of goblins that's come out within the past couple of years called Goblin Bikers. These guys stretch the limit of what it means to be a goblin, but also stretch the limit of what a bike is allowed to be. Goblin Biker Big Gabonga.
Hey, I don't know how they got my stage name in a Yu-Gi-Oh card, but they did. So that's first off, that's the arcade run is clearly not a bike, but most of a bike
Where the
is
fuck are
stable
these
to
balls
a
coming
saber-tooth
from?
tiger. So that's cruel
Yes.
and unusual. The goblin also different skin tone, this massive, tiny legs,
Oh.
massive torso, huge. This is gorgeous. This is very fun art.
Oh, he's a real freak. Would it make it a little better for you to know that the animal does like it? This is a symbiotic relationship.
I feel like it's the same, but my dislike has simply been. There's not been a quantitative change to my dislike, but more of a qualitative change to my dislike.
Okay. Each of these guys, what I like about these guys is I don't really know that you could call them all goblins. This is a goblin biker Troika Briari.
Oh, now those are very sweet. They're my favorite thus far. Huge fan.
I will say they are sweet. I don't know if I could call them goblins.
I mean, when we seek to create harsh distinctions between ideas and groups, we get lost in the inconsolable contradiction. So I'd say, whoever calls himself a goblin in this game, that's a goblin to me. Who am I to judge what a goblin is and is not?
Sometimes a goblin is a man with a big torso and tiny legs, and sometimes it's 3 hamsters.
100% behold Plato's goblin. That's all I'll say. They belong as guardians.
I love the turtle on this one. They're like, yeah, our bike is going to be a turtle.
I am a huge fan of the complete mismatch of energy of the goblins of the ready to get rearing, and the turtle that is obviously stood still, eating. Huge fan.
We have, I guess this is like a more classic kind of thing a goblin can be. This is a Doug Charger. Sort of,
I think the lag spikes are whenever I'm auto-saving.
behind, but he has replaced it with a sort of rhinoceros with a mask on it.
Yeah, it looks like more rhinoceros. You know what this feels like? If I'm to compare magic here for a second, this feels like what would happen if you took a cruel warrior and cast them through an overpath into modern Kamigawa. They spent like a few weeks there learning from the acne and then returned back to like the Brawl Hardbacks. This is the kind of stuff that they would come up with.
The amount of neon on this goblin is more than a base set goblin from Yu-Gi-Oh! Would experience in their entire life.
Oh, 100. But well, actually, I'm sorry, you said Yu-Gi-Oh! I thought you said Magic for a second. I was about to come to your throat. But no, you're right. This is very, very unlike a lot of what we've seen thus far. I will say one thing that I find consistent and lovely is the circle handlebars on the back of a unrelated piece. Really love that as a clear aesthetic, so like delineation, through line between goblins, when he's got the line. That's fascinating, absolutely fascinating.
We have another one. This is Clatter Sploder. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that they have put a megaphone under the bird so that it is louder.
Oh yes,
this is a great idea. From my perspective, I would consider doing this.
Huge fan of the bird having goggles. When you're going at high speed, you've got to protect not only your eyes, but the eyes of your vehicle/friend. Wholeheartedly agree.
And of course, we do have to mention that you can, as a goblin, you can also be sexy. We do have one sexy goblin riding a snake. Not what I would consider a bicycle, but, it works, I think.
So, first off, how dare you say that none of the goblins thus far have been sexy?
I'm selling big Gabonga short, I'll be honest.
100%. Thank you for that self-criticism there. This is... one thing I always find really interesting is that when it comes to presenting different species of fancy races and stuff like that, and we can see it quite clearly here, is that when you are drawing, or when artists are tasked to draw these fancy species and either male-coded men or ambiguous, you get small ones, you get big ones, you get ones with spindly arms, ones with tiny legs, then you get one that's like, okay, we need to code this one as feminine, or we need to make this a woman. It's immediately long legs, boobs, midriff showing, maybe it's a sexy goblin. It does, I must admit, frustrate me a tiny bit, but that's just because I love seeing artists come up with truly bizarre and quirky designs as opposed to leaning on that World of Warcraft playbook, which is orc, tauren, all of the different, and then green hot lady, brown hot lady, blue hot lady as the feminine counterparts to them.
It is exciting to be this is the girl goblin. I will say, I do appreciate the insane, mouse ears. That's something. But at base, it is a sexy woman. So, these goblins are certainly more, I guess, bastardy than previous goblins. And we get a good sense of that in terms of their associated spell cards. This is a Goblin Biker Grand Entrance. A little background for this. The woman in frame, her name is Dia Bellstar, and is the subject of Yu-Gi-Oh's ongoing storyline. The goblins exist because she accidentally walked by them at a skate park, and they decided to raise hell. So this is depicting that happening.
So, why did they decide to raise hell? Also, I do love it. One thing I do love about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that also there's no, or at least not to my knowledge, no consistent flavor text. Is that flavor text in Yu-Gi-Oh! Actually? No.
The normal monsters have flavor text, but they put maybe one normal monster in fiscal quarter.
Okay, got it. So, in terms of laying out a story, obviously that makes it a lot more difficult. Magic, obviously, most cards have flavor text, even very, very wordy ones, which might point towards a narrative or piece of world building. One thing I do really love is how many Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards have these recurring characters on them. And I don't know a lot about Yu-Gi-Oh!, but one thing I think it's something I stumbled into a little Yu-Gi-Oh! hole on YouTube, and it was someone going through like 5-6 years worth of card printings, which
Oh boy, the dual logs.
the multiple printings of cards. So I do love being able to see like the raw style goblin, sexy big ear goblin here, and all being presented. I find that lovely, and of course the snake there. I do have to ask. So this character just walks by them, and now they're in the story. That's the angle.
Yes. The way
Poplar, come on, that's her name. That's the name of the snake thing, and it's the best.
I think I derive most of my interactions.
It's our combo starter, extender, and finisher all in one.
We just guess for like 6 months, and then every so often they will release a book that includes what the cards are depicting.
Okay.
We do have it for this. The reason they're excited is because of the large pink mass on this woman's hood, which is a very valuable. You all have loot, right? You have like loot, like a weird, cute guy that has some sort of narrative significance.
Yeah, loot is now growing on me. I've just finished reading the Eighth Drift story, and for the first time I feel like, I actually kind of like this character seems like they have an appropriate place here. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know it was contentious.
To be fair, I also found it particularly contentious, mainly because there was something about releasing a character called Loot the Key to Everything, which could only be found on a chase bonus sheet of a particular set. That just felt so on the nose for what Magic has always been, but is increasingly becoming more of just this absolute intense collectible nonsense.
Yeah.
I don't know, it seems too apt for me not to dislike him. But now that there's been a few stories where he's actually had a little bit of development and characterization, I feel a lot more ingratiated to him.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Has the funniest solution to this problem ever, which is they obviously are also about super cool rarities of super hard to find cards, but their reprints are so aggressive that it's almost erotic. Like if you were chasing a certain rarity of a card, doing so is a waste of your time because in 6 months it will be in a new, funnier rarity in a different set. This is our loot. His name is Snake Eyes Poplar. He is a MacGuffin in the Diabell Star story, and everybody wants this guy, including the guy.
Stop Shitto! Hello!
It's Club Shitto. He is currently limited. We had to hit this card. He's too good.
That makes sense. Yeah. So I just want to point out in terms of this character that I love that it's going from old to top. It's sweet, all a little bit spiky, but still sweet. Evil eye, evil Zoran eye. Just
the eye.
I know, right? It's so adorable.
And it is kind of the centralizing force in this storyline.
Okay.
But yeah, it is what it is. So these goblins, they like to get up to stuff. They get to have problems. The two most important goblin cards that I think have ever been printed. Like most Yu-Gi-Oh! Archetypes, they released a whole wave of support for this, and then have been trickling out a couple of cards every set since. This one we got about 6 months ago. It's called Goblin Bikers Gone Wild.
I ordered that DVD.
Yeah, the original translation of this was Badass Goblin Bikers, but we had to change it because we can't say ass.
I love that. It went from, there's a little square here, to we fixed it. We changed it to a very famous phrase.
We fixed it. Now the goblins are horny.
When are they not, honestly? I love, this is great splash art. This is very fun.
Yeah, they are. It is complete aura farming. Serves no purpose in the story. This happens 30 seconds before they get absolutely washed. They get 1v7'd, but it is a cute little moment.
Again, I love the consistent presentation of the Fed Goblin, who in all of the artwork thus far has been sat cross-legged.
Sexy. That's gotta be sexy.
Even when you're jumping away from an explosion, you've got to be serving. And you know what? I respect that, actually. I respect that.
So they have followed up Goblin Bikers Gone Wild with a card that was originally...
I forgot I still don't have iron.
Kick-Ass Goblin Bikers. Unfortunately, we did not get that one either, for ass reasons. Instead, it is goblin bikers going
Is this
bonkers.
just an ocean now?
We don't have this card yet, but this is a mock-up.
To be playing a game where bonkers is part of a card name. Gosh, how I wish for it. Maybe in the Return to Lorwyn we'll get Bogar Bonkers or something like that. Maybe not Bogar Bonkers, that also sounds like a DVD I've ordered, but still, the idea is there. She's still fucking cross-legged!
She's simple sexy.
Everyone else is doing shit and she's just sat down. Yes, we stand. That's
You've got a second sexy lady in this art, which is Dia Bellstar, who has leashed the crazy beast and is like struggling with it. But they were like, no, you have to put the sexy goblin on top of the hornet. She has to be in the pose.
gotta be the sexy goblin on top of the board in the pose. What? Why else would I pick up a card if there's not a sexy goblin in a specific pose on it? That's what I want.
We in the community call this pose the Eldritch pose because of a card called Eldritch the Golden Lord. This is a complete tangent. It's neither here nor there. The first time we saw this man, he was standing like this, which is a classic Yu-Gi-Oh pose, just up.
Where's my home?
And they gave us an alt art, and he looks like this. And it's great.
Yes, bitch! Yes, bitch!
He's our favorite. He's like legitimately our favorite.
Oh, that's it. I love how we go from, where's my hug to come hither. Oh, you get kind of a gay game. I'm here for it. I'm loving this.
It is.
Glad we got it out of the way. There are cards now. Like 5 years ago, every card was Goblin Biker, Me Merciless.
Yeah.
And now every set, there's like at least a dozen cards where it's like, that's just Yori, this is a gay man. It's great. We love it.
Fantastic.
But the end result was that these goblins got their ass beat. I guess they are still printing goblin cards, but it is so attenuated from the individual story. We got this card, Goblin Bikers Gone Wild, in this most recent set, which depicts Dia Bellstar lashing a crazy beast, which is something that happened, I want to say 2 years ago in the in-game storyline. Like, the character that she is attaching a leash to, the character leashing, and half the goblins are now just dead. But they were like, you know what? Here's another funny moment from the Goblin Bikers.
There's been a slapstick, by the way. There were no survivors. Huge moves.
Credits roll. Dia Bellstar died 6 years later in the
Died on the way to her home planet.
I have to go now. The ban list needs me. That is about the extent of the goblins in Yu-Gi-Oh! We have one completely militarized, eventually parodic set of level 4 monsters. And then we have these, like, more traditionally anarchic rat bastards in the Goblin Bikers that love to plunder and steal and ride cool vehicles. There is one more guy that is a different stereotype.
I'm immediately uncomfortable. Show me the picture.
The last goblin, who I think technically the first series of goblins is part of their storyline, is this guy, Goblin of Greed.
This more, when you say stereotype, we're leaning more into sort of like the archetypal thieving goblin of of old fantasy, right?
Yeah.
A lot more muscular than those kind of goblins, because thieving goblins are almost always presented as little sort of creatures that skitter around, or in the worst case scenario, presented as horrifying anti-Semitic caricatures.
And we have those too. We've of course got a share of those.
That sucks, and I'm sorry. Whack. But this a beefy boy. This is not like a thieving goblin who sneaks into your house at night to steal pennies from your drawer. This is a thieving goblin who punches a hole in your wall and takes your safe. And I actually really like that.
So this guy is a thief in the sense that, like, a fat cat is a thief. He is some sort of nobility on some cards. We have Upstart Goblin, where you've got a poor guy just sort of groveling at his feet.
Oh, sure. The rock gives it away.
Folks, we love this one. We have this card for when the stock market crashes. That wasn't a joke. It is a depiction of the stock market crashing.
That's phenomenal.
We have this card where he's upset about the price of soybean futures going down,
No!
which is just.
Not pork belly, not my stocks in pork bellies!
I do appreciate they're like, are they going to get this as like a reference to like trading?
Trading places,
Just
right?
put the word stocks on the card.
Isn't this like a direct reference as well to the film Trading Places? Like, obviously, these are all futures, but like orange juice, soybeans, pork bellies, all of these were the things that were being specifically talked about in that movie.
Oh my god, I never noticed.
The movie's great. The train scene doesn't hold up, but
I have no frame of reference for what you're talking about. I wanted to, I guess, check.
it's Jamie Lee Curtis, Eddie Murphy, and some guy who I cannot remember, and it's what do you call it? It's what's the word I'm looking for? It's the story about the woman who's a pauper, and then people take a bet that they can make her into a refined woman. It's like that lady, but by way of Freaky Friday, kind of.
I was like, oh, the pretty woman story, and I'm like, that is also a reference. That is
absolutely, that would have absolutely been a shortcut to it. It's obviously very similar, like era that those are being made. That's fascinating.
This guy is he's a real fucker. He shows up in a lot of
morning, he had
which someone is
people,
trying
he
to
had
sneak
enemies
by,
responding.
mostly because the card that he was holding
Jesus
in this
Christ,
first
he had a
card,
lot of health.
Pot of Greed, is one of the most famous banned Yu-Gi-Oh cards of all time.
Yeah, so it's free card, isn't it?
As a result, his story has kind of transformed from just a general goblin that is independently wealthy to a guy who's constantly trying to smuggle banned artifacts places, which is a fun direction.
Yeah, I'm always a fan of the sort of like archetype of the half-breed smuggler, who, if they can only get this one crate past this one security checkpoint, all is forgiven, baby, and they don't have to fear for their life anymore. And obviously it never happens. There's always one more job. Always love that trope.
That is, I suppose, a comprehensive review of the goblins available in Yu-Gi-Oh! For some reason, over, 25 years of print, we really only have the 3 of them. The 4s, the Bikers, and the 1 Goblin of Greed. I would like to leave you with one final card, which is Goblin Thief. It features the Goblin of Greed's fat ass.
Hey, I won't salute for no flag. I'll salute for that, baby. That's excellent.
It's unbelievable, the definition on the cheeks.
Honestly, that's Hugo's ass right there. I also have to say, love the storytelling again of that's him getting into the cart and then the cart is stopped at the checkpoint. Brilliant, absolutely fantastic.
These cards came out 22 years apart, by the way.
And I appreciate the commitment to the story there. Also, that's a long ass ride in the back of a car. He must have calluses like nobody's business.
I mean, not if he's sitting on that dumpy, right? He's got a nice cushion.
Brilliant, thank you for this fantastic tour of Yu-Gi-Oh's Goblins. What a treat, what a delight.
And thank you so much for showing up. It was similarly a treat and delight. I'm glad you were able to speak on your Gobliner experience. And I'm glad you now have an impression of Yu-Gi-Oh! That will last for as long as you consider yourself a duelist. I imagine to be the end of this call.
I will have an impression of Yu-Gi-Oh! The exact same as I'm sure the cushion under that goblin's ass will have an impression for a very long time, deeply and beautifully. Thank you so much for having me on.
Interestingly, only 38.1% of Mario games take place in a mushroom kingdom. The majority of games have Mario visit a different place. The second most common location for a Mario game to take place in is outer space, with 9.5% of all Mario games taking place there. The 2 Galaxy games, obviously. What is however interesting about the Mushroom Kingdom is that every single game that takes place there has not only Bowser as a villain, but also features a kidnapping or false imprisonment of Princess Peach. If a game takes place in a Mushroom Kingdom, Peach seems to get kidnapped by default. So if I were Princess Peach, I'd not only stay away from the wicked dinosaur, but I'd also try to get out of the Mushroom Kingdom as fast as possible. But careful here, she has to move out of
She's the
Mushroom Kingdom
princess, though.
permanently and not just to go on a vacation, because vacations have to have a 100% kidnapping
She has
rate
an
as well.
obligation to her people.
Peach only gets abducted or falls imprisoned in 77.8% of games in which Bowser is the evil guy, which seems to suggest that Yoshi and Mushroom Kingdom are actually the bigger danger to her than the evil king of the Koopa tribe. If a game does not take place in the Mushroom Kingdom, the chance for Princess Peach to get kidnapped suddenly drops below 50%. What is also interesting is that it seems as if there has been some change of heart going on with Bowser recently. After all, up until 2012, 92.9% of games that featured Bowser had him kidnap Princess Peach. But believe it or not, in the past 13 years, he only attempted to kidnap, abduct, or falsely imprison her in a single game. So it looks as if Bowser is slowly coming to terms with the fact that Peach will never marry him, and thus he's exploring other criminal ventures like flower theft, fairy abduction, or lake terrorizement. Let's see if we can identify some historic trends. So if we divide the Mario franchise into 4 equally long historical periods, then we can see a couple of interesting things. So first 4 periods are the very early period from 1985 1994, followed by a period in which we got very few Mario games, the teenage period of the franchise from 1995 to 2004. And we get the golden period with lots of Mario games from 2005 to 2014, followed by contemporary period from 2015 to 2024. Interestingly enough, the amount of Mario games that Nintendo released varied drastically from period to period. In the very early period, for example, we got 7 games in just 9 years. In the teenage period, however, we only got 3 Mario games, Yoshi's Island, Mario 64, and Mario Sunshine. But the 9 years that followed this era is the period in which the most Mario games got released. We got 8 mainland Mario games in less than a decade back then. Finally, the past 9 years have been rather slow again. There were only 3 new Mario games released since 2015. So, are there certain tropes that appear more often in certain periods? Well, yes. For example, Bowser has been a villain in every single game of every period but the early period, suggesting that the rivalry between Mario and Bowser only over the years. Even more interestingly, only 2 out of the 7 early games took place in the Mushroom Kingdom, and only 1 out of 3 games of the Teenage Kingdom. So in the first half of the franchise's life cycle, the Mushroom Kingdom actually wasn't a very popular setting, but then all of a sudden had a massive renaissance. During the gold period, 5 out of 8 games took place there. So all of this would make one believe that the Mushroom Kingdom became a more popular location. But interestingly enough, in the contemporary era, not a single Mario game took place in the Mushroom Kingdom, which really shows us how difficult it is to predict the future using historic trends. With that being said, let's try to predict the future using historic trends. Let's see what we can learn about the possible release date of Mario's next game. So the 3 longest waits between Mario games so far were first the wait between Sunshine and Super Mario Bros., a wait that lasted for 1,396 days. Second, the wait between
God,
Mario 3
fucking
World and
backflipping
Odyssey.
doesn't
Here,
fucking
we had to wait
disorient you to death anymore.
1,35 days between releases.
For that plague,
But finally,
fucking
there is the by far longest wait that ever
that one first-person parkour game here. Mirror's Edge, there you go.
2,217 days or roughly 6 years passed between the releases of those games. Alright, but what's the average waiting time? Well, between the release of Super Mario Bros. On the NES and Super Mario 1, it takes 13 days passed. If we divide the number by 21, which is the amount of Mario games that Nintendo released over the years, then we get the average number of days between Mario releases. And this is 662.67 days. So the statistically most probable release date for the next mainland Mario game is 662.67 days after the release of Mario Wonder, which is the 12th of August 2025. Actually, it's the day after of the 12th of August 2025, to be precise. Hooray! So let's take one final look at our data and let's speculate about what the next. So statistically, the next Mario game will not take place in Mushroom system, but it will feature Bowser. Statistically, it is most likely that the plot revolves around kidnapping or false imprisonment, but it's not certain that Peach is the victim of this crime. Yoshi is likely not to appear, but if he does, Princess Peach will almost certainly kidnap. Mario has a chance of over 90% to have a mustache, and statistically, the game will release on the afternoon of the 12th of August 2025. Great, so here we have it. Best predictions that I give in the next Mario game, as long as Nintendo doesn't give us anything more to work with. So obviously, don't take this too seriously. It's mainly just us taking a look at obscure Mario trivia to pass the time until Nintendo finally drops actual things to talk about. Before we wrap this up, just two things. So first, a gigantic Switch geek pausing thank you to all my incredible patrons whose names are currently spoiled. YouTube is a bit of a difficult platform to work for, simply because of how unpredictable it is to work with huge AI-based algorithms without any human oversight. The people whose names are currently scrolling by are adding a human element to this love fraction equation, which makes this whole operation possible in the first place. A gigantic thank you to all of them. Finally, before we wrap this up, I thought I might share my best guess about what the next Mario game will actually be with all of you lovely Mario predictions based on my gut feeling instead of scientific totally accurate data. So in my opinion, there is only one logical next step to take the Mario franchise into, a logical step towards which the series has been evolving for and now. It is an actual open world platformer game, a Mario game that shakes up the Mario formula and will be similar to how Breath of the Wild shook up the Zelda formula. Bowser's Fury already was an attempt World Mario, but it was broadly affected by the Switch staging hardware. If the Switch 2 features faster storage, which it certainly does, and it should allow Nintendo to overcome technical problems that an open world platformer was done, making such a game possible to create the first time. My best prediction is they will let us loose in our open world and then ask us to collect stuff like all over the place while being totally free where we explore. That's my gut feeling, but in the end, I'm just guessing here. Awesome. Finally, a huge shout out and thank you to the incredibly well curated Super Mario Wiki. Honestly, a huge thank you to everyone who is contributing to it. Research behind a video like this would not be possible. The wiki weren't as excellent as it is. Hooray! So thank you for watching this silly little video. If you enjoyed it, leaving a thumbs up is what the Nintendo Switch 2. If you really enjoyed it, subscribing might be good. Yeah, if you truly love it. Want to have content like this to survive on the platform, then there is also the option to support the channel by Patreon. Until next time, lots of fun.
I don't know why I'm bringing the wand. I haven't been dabbling in magic in quite a while. I will dabble in it at some point, but not right now. There's just no reason to. The mod just feels like build up after build up, where the payoff is more build up, and it never leads anywhere, which is very unsatisfying. Anyway, where's our smithing template? There it is. It's time to duplicate this. And how do we do that? Netherrack and a shit ton of diamonds, baby. Finally, a use for all this shit I got. I could maybe make some more golden apples. In fact, I will. That is like the best use of gold after all. I haven't been collecting apples though. That's gonna be biting me right now. The 17's all we can manage. I believe this will do for now. I'll keep a spare copy here at all times. That way, in case I accidentally ever run out of smithing templates, it turns out I'll still have one. Alright, it's time. What are we giving us? Nice new coat of paint. We have only 4 items with which we can imbue with the new color. I know for certain I want my spear to be... Oh no, wait, the spear... Uh... there you go. Oh yeah, that +1 damage definitely gonna mean a lot. Beautiful black color. Now I'll save this other netherite. I'll have 2 netherite saved up just in case. Because I'm a little undecisive right now at the moment anyhow. So I say let it go for now. Oof, oh, look at that. Ah, so what do I do now? What was the point of me doing all of that? I want to fight a boss before I leave. I'm not I'm not quite ready. I'm not quite mentally prepared. Increasing flight duration isn't worth it. I'm looking up how to use firework stars. They scream as being quite pointless at the moment. Let's get some more rockets. Let's go. There's one boss I'm quite interested in trying. And it requires us to find a savannah. And of course, we're banking on the fact that the savannah we find has the boss that I'm looking for. Oh wow, I could have just walked in the overworld for the warp forest. But I'm very glad I didn't. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense that it's there. This seems to be where warm stuff is generating. Let's make some more ammo before we go. Sure, I'm out of gunpowder. Close on hit, that sounds really nice. I wish I had ice damage instead of fire. I can't help but want to try. Oh, looking at this rain has me realizing I want Riptide. Wonder if this works for tridents. Oh, there it is. Oh no, wait, that's the wrong fucking thing. I was looking for Riptide. God damn it. We need unbreaking. So piercing does indeed work. I could have sworn I had a Riptide thing. Also waste of XP. Unnecessary gamble. There it is. Same. I really don't think I'll be using the trident for combat. I can't combine. Oh, right. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Loyalty and Riptide can't actually work together. I'm stupid. Hell yeah. Huh. Should I go for a netherite backpack? There's no way this will still increase the inventory size. Holy shit, it did. This is ridiculous. You know, I don't really need the ice and magma block anymore. Since I have magical ways of insulating myself now. Okay, wow, Riptide 1 sucks. I would like to come back. I need this to be of a higher level. Yeah, I guess I'll save all the exploring and stuff for next episode. Where's my totem? Quite frankly, we don't need a thermometer. Who cares about learning temperature at this point? We can survive any climate. We don't really need to know what the temperature is. Even if it is a little nice to have that kind of info. Why is it like that? Or it'll be more efficient to go for another trident, right?
You know what's weird? As a baby, dude, like a warm milk bottle, the best thing on earth. I can't think of anything better with my baby brain. An adult, though? Do not put a warm glass of milk near. You know, is that weird? I have not tried warm milk in a long time. I wonder how. I haven't tried milk either. I should give it a shot. I'm gonna go warm up some milk real quick. Chad, how long should I put the milk in?
Do a warm milk challenge.
Yeah. Okay. I have a little milk. 10 minutes. I feel like it's not 10 minutes.
You'd be right. I'm like,
What's channeling?
Hot chocolate with warm milk? Well, yeah, that's how you make hot chocolate. The hot chocolate makes the milk.
Warm
30
chocolate,
seconds.
nothing else, but warm milk. Just
No,
milk.
wait, they're saying how
Chocolate without milk.
I can't
just
stop
tastes
getting
like ass.
channeling.
Yeah, I used to make it with water. My parents
to warm breast milk. But wait, no, okay, that's not it. Wait, no one's answering this. I'm like, how do I make warm milk? How long should I put it in for? And every person is like, well, for hot chocolate, you put it in for 30 seconds. To curdle it, you put it in for 2.5 minutes. I'm like, I just want warm milk.
Twitch chat. You quickly realize that everybody is living a different life. when you're talking to Twitch chat, have you ever asked them what temperature to air fry something at? You're gonna get at least 5 different answers.
I'm gonna give you an answer right now. I didn't know you could air fry at different temperatures. I just put it in the bathroom.
What? What? You just think the numbers on there were for fun?
No, I had a depot one, and it had one input. It was a dial for time. And it was like, it's either on or off.
Yeah. You're the type of person that needs the little buttons with the symbols on it. Like,
Well,
I
I haven't air fried in a long time. It's been probably 2 or 3 years. You all know why, right? I've told you the air fryer story.
Is it the cockroach air fryer?
Yeah. We found out. Yeah.
Familiar.
I can't go back. One thing
Did you just not clean it ever? Did you just not clean it?
No, we cleaned it. But the thing about cockroaches is it cleaning prevents cockroaches to a degree. But if you live in a climate that's very moist, which I do, they're just gonna happen. And there's just not a lot you can do about it outside of getting treatments and doing your best to make sure that food isn't available. They can live off the grease left on your backsplash. They can live off of a grain of rice for a year. There's not too much you can do about it.
Okay, we got a cock expert in here.
I've become a cock genius. Okay, give me a minute 15. I'm gonna warm some milk.
No problem. Man, we were just talking about yesterday, dude. In your house, was it yesterday with you and Farfel? We were talking about if you have some sort of bug or something in your house, are you killing it or are you basically escorting it? Imagine being the friend of the cockroaches. Imagine being here's a grain of rice. Now you will live for eternity.
Wait, is Joseph actually making warm milk? I'll get milk. We'll do a warm milk taste test.
I don't have any milk in the household, so go nuts, guys.
Don't let him drink it until I get back.
Okay, I'll tell him not to drink it. These guys are so silly, bro. Now they want to try a warm milk. I turned on their baby brain. Nobody tell them about the jalapeno popper idea I had. I don't think that one's going to be popular.
There it is.
Killing bugs for no reason is hella cringe, not gonna lie. It's my domain. Don't step into my world. You'll get crushed. They used to do that back in the day. How do you think they conquered land? How do you think you expanded? If we befriended all the bugs, we probably would have been overrun by now. It's a man-eat bug world out there. Crazy. God, imagine eating bugs too. Ew, oh my god. Even grasshoppers like a delicacy or something like that? Oh, okay, that just gives shivers. Don't like that one. Are slugs edible? What do you guys think? Can you eat a slug? That's gotta be, that's either a struggle food or a delicacy. There's no in between. Alright. People eat
You know what's funny about this is that, I don't know what, I'm expecting. It's going to be milk that is warm.
We were just talking, do you think you could eat a slug?
No.
No. You personally
see
think
kids
you
on
could not
the
eat a slug?
playground
No.
that, people would pay $1 and then they would eat the slug?
Oh my god, no, bro. If you were Diary of a Wimpy Kid, you ever read that book, Doug?
Yeah, classic.
Yeah, if you had the cheese on the pavement, are you eating the cheese if you're bullied enough?
Nope, I'm a soft little boy.
You're not gonna eat the cheese?
Icky. What is Icky so long? I left second. Just go grab milk and warm it.
I don't know, he must be heating it in the flames of Black Rock Mountain or something like that.
I heated it up for 30 seconds, but I want to make sure it stays warm. I mean, it's warm. I don't know what like I'm expecting. It's just going to be milk but warm.
Imagine you actually like it, dude. This is not something you could carry over in like a 9 to 5 work day. Because imagine someone's like, "Oh wow, you got a cup of coffee, huh?" Like, no, I'm just drinking my morning milk tea.
First time catching a Saga stream? Yo, what's up? Are you ready to watch it?
Man, what a stream to come by on. Holy crap.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he's back. Here, Doug also joined you. He warmed up his own glass of milk.
All right. Ready?
I don't know. Like, it's just gonna be warm milk.
Well, let's try it out.
I grabbed almond milk from my wife, which I don't like, so this is gonna be fun.
Well, then you're
You ready?
I feel that's gonna be different. I haven't done that probably warm out.
ready? 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's warm milk. Like, what it...
Oh, regrettably,
that
I like
sure is
it
milk,
a
and it
lot.
sure is warm.
Oh, regrettably, you really like it,
I
Joseph?
really like.
Try explaining that to one of your good ones,
It's almost like cheese, honestly.
What? You like that?
Milk is cheese, you dumb fuck.
Yeah, but I'm not drinking warm cheese to start my day. What are you
What
talking about?
temperature do you eat cheese at? Have you ever had a hot dog with cheese on it?
Bro, I eat that shit straight out the bag.
Oh my god. Okay, you're acting like that's normal. If you open a bag of shredded cheese,
That's normal!
Wait, just let it fall in your mouth. That's not normal.
Dude, oh my god. Like, you know, you're not at 1 a.m. fucking up the bag of shredded cheese. That is not you. That is not you.
No, it isn't. Maybe when I was 11.
I still did that today. I did that last night.
Warm milk.
Oh my god.
No, I'm drinking this, and I feel like I'm drinking it and going, this is how hot chocolate was invented.
Yeah.
Putting chocolate in this right now would go, honestly, not that bad. It's not that bad.
Yeah. You gotta try it, Gage.
Alright, next time it's someone in the house.
Before we start, I do have to preface this. So, this past weekend, I had Progression Play up Leo over at my house, and she came over and immediately started spraying at both ends. And we thought it was food poisoning, but it turns out it was a bug. It's like a
Alright, Diamond.
So,
Spraying out of both ends.
I am currently playing on borrowed time. I have not presented any symptoms at all yet, but there is a non-zero chance that we're recording and I go, gotta go, and I turn off the
Just when you
screen.
drink milk,
Just lubing it up. He's lubing it up.
your stomach.
Okay, tell you what, let's get first then. Let me and Joseph first.
Yeah.
It's been 3 days. If I can get to Thursday, then I'll feel safe. We did what we could.
Anything right now? You wake
Well,
up
I just drank a bunch of warm milk, so I'm not feeling fantastic. But
Peter. It's practically free emeralds you're giving away, Peter. Literally, there's cobblestone everywhere. feel like I can just cook to level 30 from here. I should go to bed. That level 3 Riptide isn't gonna go anywhere, is it? Oh, look at you. Jeez, I can one-shot Enderman now. Hell yeah, infinite flight. As long as I don't go into any snow. forgot the whole reason I have the spears because of its absurd range. My god, I didn't get an iron thing again. Still.
So, I guess I've been cooking recently. A PB video is one of the few times I don't really plan to sit down and record a video. I just have to do a personal best. I just have to turn it into a video. At the very least, I need to document this. And it's so cool. I'm actually so proud with how I played this run, because it wasn't the craziest pace I've ever been on. It's not the craziest world I've ever had. But there were a couple moments where I deal with a bit of crap, and I deal with it well. I mean, obviously, I get a little bit lucky with stuff, because, like, you know, it's my PB, so that's always cool. And then the hour after it's just like, you're on the high of a new PB. This doesn't happen every day, but it happened yesterday, and so we're making this commentary video. Yeah, I really didn't. Maybe I really should have thought about things to talk about. I'm going for the food here, which I think is the correct play. I have to mine it a bit weirdly, though. Like, if I had just known how this is generating a bit better, I could have gotten to the food maybe a second or two earlier, but it's fine. I think I play it alright. And there's kelp already, so this is a pretty solid start. But from what I remember, okay, you'll just see when we come up to it. So, ravine, right here, right? It's looking promising. I've been playing RSG for a couple hours at this point. It's another standard run. It's 120. Get Flint first try. That's always nice. But the ravine looks terrible. Absolutely atrocious. I don't believe there's any lava behind it. I checked there. I checked here. No lava sounds. And so I know I'm just going to have to play out this light source that I see over here. Sure enough, there's some lava. Skeleton. Block it off with the doors. That's pretty good. But I realized there's basically zero lava here. So I decided to build my portal off to the side instead of like in the lava like you normally would, because I know that there's just like not that much lava here. And at this point, I don't even know why I'm filling it in, because I just know there's not enough lava to take some lava fire damage, which is a little bit unfortunate. But there is lava over here. So I'm just left running back and forth like a, like a mail boy. Wait, is that what you would call it? Somebody who delivers mail? Sure, we'll go with that. Like a guy delivering mail, going back and forth, barely completing his portal, and it's an over 2-minute nether enter. I hardly ever have these, and it's the slowest enter of my section by far, but I see a fort. I see a fort instantly, and I have a bastion load pretty close. So I'm like, okay, obviously I'm going to play out this seed. But if you know me, But if you know me, or have watched some of my RSG playing, you're like in the know, I'm kind of the RSG player that plays out way too much stuff. I play out way too many bad worlds, I probably force way too much stuff. A lot of people, most people would probably reset by this point. It was 220 nether enter, well, voice crack, 220 nether enter, which is already slow, and it's just a straight wall. But yet, know what? I persevere, I freaking destroy that pigman, and start building up here, I've literally just gone through the secret tunnel. I went through like 3 secret tunnels, and all of a sudden I see the Bastion. Now it's not a great base. It's not a great base right now. We're at 320, not even in the Bastion. It's gonna be like a 330 enter, but it is housing, which is the best Bastion. So I'm like, okay, maybe I can save a little bit of pace here. I maybe could have played top down, but I decided to play mid down because it's so open
Now,
right here.
I could be this diligent with cleaning up my actual house as well,
Just send it
but I'm not,
faster if I
and
get
I
20
won't.
on me. And we're playing RSG, so we'll see what happens. But also, I know I'm not gonna go back through the secret tunnel, or the 3 secret tunnels that I went through to get to the fortress, because, like, yeah, sure, I saw it, but it was just so bad. It was a bad part of the fortress. It would have taken a while to dig back into, so right now I'm thinking, okay, I gotta figure out a different way to the fortress. I kind of know where it is, but I'm just gonna have to hope that the terrain opens up and I can find the fortress at some point. So I'm at all these blocks here, check my inventory to see if I have golden carrots, and I do, which is gonna save a lot of time in the end game. And I'm really trying to save all those golden carrots by eating my rotten flesh right now. Which honestly, I had 16 carrots. I didn't need to save it, but I guess technically it's a little bit better. Smack that pig, because he's not going to be able to smack me back, and I really just need to access that chest. So, now I'm taking stock of my situation. I have so much bread. I have so many carrots. I have infinite food, basically. Recrafted bed for Blaze bed. Check the trades. 17 obsidian. Still have some more gold sonic, please. Please give me 20 obsidian. I'm organizing again, craft some gold carrots. At this point, I can really just like throw out the bread, because if you're using more than 9 golden carrots and 7 regular carrots in a run, you're just doing something wrong at this point. And I get the 20 obsidian. I get the 20 obsidian, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna leave this little entryway here. I know the fort is roughly this direction. The terrain is just terrible, though, and I think this is one of the coolest plays of the scene. I decide to do a lava pearl, and then I do a blind lava pearl, hit glorious terrain. You know what I see? I see the fortress, but it's still terrible terrain. How am I supposed to get there? Throw one blind pearl. Or, sorry, another lava pearl. Blind pearl, 2 blind pearl, and look where this lands, bro. Actually go behavior here. Double blind pearl onto the fortress. All of a sudden, I'm in the fortress. Sub 6 minutes. This could potentially PB. Honestly, probably not really. This is like kind of slow for a PB, but you know what? It's a PB, so obviously it wasn't slow enough. I killed 1 wither skeleton. I scanned for the the blaze spawner. And I'm not even gonna be at the blaze spawner before 6 minutes, which is kind of crazy. Like, my fastest ever leave is sub 6 minutes. So I would have been out by now, but I just haven't even gotten a single blaze rod. So I got my first blaze rod at 6:15, and look at that. Did you see that? Did you actually see that? That lava management was low-key insane. Do the reactions to place the blocks in, get rid of the lava. Super important, because lava will increase the light level and then you'll get less blazes to spawn. So pretty proud of that play. Just filling in the blaze spawner area, and there's just so many blazes. I don't know what my rates are, but obviously they're good because this is a PB. I think this guy drops, and then I'm going to get to 4 rods. No, just kidding. He doesn't drop, so I only have half the rods I need. It's still sub 7 minutes though, so it's in my head I'm like, okay, that's pretty good. I'm shooting for sub 7 minute blinds. If I get a sub 7 minute blind, I could make that work here, but it's 7 minutes on it. So I'm recrafting, but I still only have 6 rods. So I decided to build my first portal. You want to overlap all of your stuff while you're waiting for blazes to spawn. Get my boat on my hotbar, and then there's 2 more blazes to kill. And honestly, I don't really remember if they both drop. Oh, they do. That guy drops. This guy drops. Oh, and this guy must drop too. Right? Yeah? I actually couldn't tell. That drops. I have all of the pearls I need, and this could be a really clean endgame because I have golden carrots. So I measure my eyes here. It's over an ocean, so I know I can burn 1 pearl to pick up the eye, which is what I end up doing here. And then I only have 2 blaze rods, okay, so I still gotta get 1. Throw a pearl straight up, it's gonna hit the portal, and then I'm back in. Manage my inventory a little bit, get another fire res on the hotbar. Now we have obsidian, but it's 750. It's 750 and I'm not even leading. Wait, no, just kidding, I am leading. Wait, I thought I left on 6 rods. Am I trolling? I'm not sure, but I'm really proud of these pearls. Super aggressive pearls. I know I can do that though because I have so much food, but I check my inventory here, I'm like, oh, I only have 13 pearls. That's not a ton. Usually you want to have a couple more than 12 to like 0 cycle, because that's what I really want to do, but I'm already at cores. Phenomenal nav to cores, like I'm really proud of that. And we're in the stronghold, 825. Now my personal best is 954 at this point, so I need a really fast stronghold nav. I get a pretty good spike, but go the wrong direction here. Decide to not commit this way, even though I get the spike, I just don't like it. I see that this warps back into the stronghold. I'm like, please, 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 stronghold. And sorry, not stronghold, portal room, and there it is. And it doesn't even feel that crazy. Like, barely under 9 minutes end venture, but it just is PB pace. I really like this deck here. You jump to fill in the last eye so that you start eating. You saw right there, it's like a little eating glitch. So I ate as I'm digging blocks here. I don't know if that made a ton of sense. The point is, I did something cool on end venture, and now we're
How
pearling.
come, why are shotguns the least popular
Last
type?
pearl I realized I don't have enough pearls. I didn't realize I didn't have 4 pearls. Oh, I thought I was just like, fine. No! What? Oh my gosh! Oh, I think I threw it to you. I don't know. No, wait. Please. There's no way. You're kidding. Yeah. Dude, the RTAs are on top 10. Dude, you're actually kidding. There's no way I PB'd on like a 220 nether enter. Right? This is PB, right? Wait, somebody run the PB command. It is, right? 953, 949. I actually don't believe it. I actually don't believe it. It's a 730 blind. And so that is my new personal best. Pretty excited about it. I hope you enjoyed the video. And low key, I break personal bests, but never by a crazy margin. Which is kind of good, honestly, because that means I get to have more personal bests, you know? It's not as hard to beat it, but also the times aren't as fast, so, you know, not as cool as like an 8-minute time, but maybe one of those soon. Maybe. We'll see. I'm kind of stoked. You're always like way more optimistic after a PB, but that was really cool. I hope you guys enjoyed the commentary video. I've been yapping a little bit too much, and I'll talk to you later. Peace.
Severely impractical for me at the moment. To get a different gun. I'm quite comfortable with my loadout after all, so why am I even trying to change? Yeah, I'm gonna go now.